you see already, I am also ready for a new DIY inspiration. Of course, I have here my tumbling towel blocks. I always say for the tumbling towel blocks, I hope you always have a package of 4 until 5 packets in your home. Then you can always make every DIY. Of course, we use some paint. Of course, use some paint at your choice. I have here my container with everything I need most of the time for my DIYs, like the hot glue, the mud pot, some twine, some scissors, some brushes, everything you could need. So I have it always nice in a container. And of course, my saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet to wipe away the glue. So these are the main things we need for this DIY. What we're going to make a decorative ladder. But of course, we will see how this will turn out, because I have this time also not an idea what I exactly want. I have something in my head, but I don't know if it will work out. So I hope you do this together with me. So we are going to start with our 3 blocks. We're just going to glue them together on the longest side, so very easy. And on this one, and number 3 is the close you up, squeeze them together this way until one piece. This is already one. We're going to get another one of 3 over here. And of course, you can choose any leather you like. I keep it a neutral so everyone can make it, and it's also fitting for everyone's decor, because not everyone likes letters in their house. Of course, we have 3 again. We do some glue on the side and on this one, and we're going to squeeze it together. And again, make sure that you wipe away the glue you don't need, and redo it again. And this is already 3 pieces, and we are going to need not 3 pieces of 3, we need 20 pieces of 3. So it's a lot, 20 pieces of 3. And you see already, I have my 17 pieces on the table because I already made 3 together with you. So I'm going to do this a little bit faster, or else it will be very boring. So I'm going to glue them together a little faster. So I have here in front of me, I have my 20 pieces of 3. We are going to get 4 pieces, and what we're going to do, we're going to make a nice little box, kind of a square. I need some glue over here also. I'm going to place them together. Everyone who is already a long time knows exactly how to make this one. We're going to place this one on this side, and the last, of course, on this top. And we're closing it up on the side, and we're going to place it very carefully because everything is not totally dry yet, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to let this dry. This is already one, and we can, from the 20 pieces, we can make 5 squares of this one. You see already, I have 3 of the boxes, and this is number 4. And you see already, I need 5. I told you we need 20 pieces of 3. And you see already, this is not 20 pieces. this is 16 pieces of 3. So I just totally miscounted. I thought I had 20, but I didn't. You probably already did see it, and you thought, in a moment she will get the light is going on, and she sees that it's only 16. So you see, I need still again 4 pieces of 3, because I need 20 pieces of 3 to make 5 boxes. So I'm going to make this in a hurry so we can do the next step. So this is already 1, 2, 3, number 4. This will be number 5. And you see, we have our 5 pieces finally on a row. So we are going to get number 1. We're going to do some glue on the inside over here, and we're going to place number 2 on top, and this way. Feel with your fingers that you have it in a straight line, give it a little bit of pressure, and this way we're going to do some glue over here, and again go around the square, and we're going to place number 3 on top, and again feel with your fingers, give it a little bit of pressure, And again, make sure that he is in a straight line. Of course, also here a little bit adjusting this way. And now we're going to go for number 3. Again, go around the lines and we place a number 4. And again, feel with your fingers, give it a little bit of pressure, not too much. And this is already number 4. Now we're going to do the last, number 5. We do it a little on the inside because if the glue is running inside, it's not too big of a problem. And we're going to place the last one on top, give it a little bit of pressure again. And feel with your fingers, turn it around and this way. And now you have a nice first piece of your letter H, because I'm going to do the letter H. So I'm going to do again the same one like this one, because he has 2 pieces. I'm going to make again, now this time 20 pieces of 3. And now I hope I really have 20 pieces of 3. But don't worry, I will do it a little bit faster so you don't have to see everything. And you see, I have my 20 pieces of 3 for the second part of our H. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make my little squares, of course, also a little faster. You see, I have my 5 blocks again, and I'm going to place again the same like we did with the other one. We are going to do the lining around with some glue, and we're going to place this one on top. Make sure that you have a nice straight line, give it a little bit of pressure and feel with your fingers and get it as straight as you can. We're going to do for number 3 again some glue around. This is so easy to make. And we're going to do number 3 on top, and again give it a little bit of pressure. Also here we're going to turn it around, feel with our fingers so we have it very nice in a nice line, because as best as you can. Of course, it's not always perfect, but you also can get your sanding of your sandpaper and that just sand a little away if it doesn't is totally straight. But I always love that it always gives a little bit more character if not everything is totally perfect, because nothing in life is totally perfect. So even my DIYs are not. You see already, I can even count. So it doesn't matter, but at the end, if everything is working out, it's always a nice, a nice way. So, and again, the last one, we're going to give it a little pressure again. And over here, we're going to feel with our fingers, we're going to turn it and make sure that we have everything on the place we want to have it. It still needs a little adjustment over here. And we're going to let this one dry also. Now we're going to go for the middle piece of the H. For the middle piece, we are going to do the same, but we're going to start with making 1, because I don't know if I like 1 in between or 2 in between. So first I'm going to start with 1, and then I'm going to look for if I like 1 or maybe if I want 2. So, but if I already make them, then I already have maybe a waste of my blocks, and that's not what we want. So I'm going to make first 1 with the chance I have to make another one, but I'm going to try first with 1 of the blocks in between, and then we will see if I like it, or maybe it is a little bit too small. So I give this a couple of minutes rest, and I gave it a couple of minutes. I know he's not totally dry, so if he is going if he breaks, it doesn't matter, because I can easily glue it together again, because it is wood glue. It's very forgiving, so you can very easily do it again in each other. It still is gluing. Yeah, it's gluing. I'm going to do on this side, and then we're going to, of course, I have to do it this way, or else it doesn't have the glue on the side. So again, make a nice square like we already made a lot today. So, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So I already did look with one eye to my two pieces for my H, and I place it a little bit in between, and it's much too small because I want to look this to look like a little shelf. So one is too much, I would say, but it's too less. So I'm going to go for at least 2. So I'm going to make one extra, but I'm going to do it a little faster. So you see, I have now my 2 little boxes. What I'm going to do, of course, I do 2, but if you want to have it even wider, you can also go wider. I'm going to do some glue on this. I have to look for if I have them straight. Yes, I have some glue around, and I'm going to glue this one also very easy together, like we did also with the left and the right side of the letter H. Of course, we have to go a little to this side. Make sure that everything is fitting nicely on top of each other. This way, give it some pressure again. And we're going to let this dry, and then we can glue it in between the other 2 pieces of the H. And we have now our letter H, so we're going to go further in a moment with it, but first we're going to make the other letters. You don't have to do it if you only like the letter H, it's also fine, but I'm going to change it up a little, at least I hope I will. So I take 4 blocks, and I'm going to do some glue on this top and on this top. I place it down, I do it on this top and on this top. I place it down, and I'm going to place this one over here, this one over here, and this one will be the closure up. Squeeze it and redo it until you have it nicely in one letter O. And I'm going to give it a little moment a rest. So I was looking at my letter O, but I think he is not fitting with my H. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get another 4, and I'm going to make a double up because I don't like it. I really don't like it. So I'm going to double it up and do some glue over here, and we do the same. We glue this together. We glue this one over here at the ending, and this one over here. We're going to squeeze it and make sure that we get it nicely in the blocks, because we don't want that pieces are sticking out. So like this, we're going to get our wet towel, wipe away the glue, and we're going to let this one dry also. So, and we gave it a couple of minutes, and we just do some glue in the middle, over here, a little here and a little here, and here, and we're going to place them on top of each other so we make one thicker letter. And we're going to feel with our fingers so everything is fitting nicely. So we're going to let this one dry. You see, we're going to make now the letter M, but of course you see already it has to be the same size. So we're going to go for this one, but this is a little bit too long. So first I'm going to glue them together this way, and this is already top, but of course we're going to cut off a little piece later. We're going to do again 2 blocks together, and this one we do another one because the letter M has 3 legs, and we do another one over here and over here, and we're going to give this some drying time. I think at least 2.5 hours, so it's easier to saw it in pieces. So I'm going to let this dry in, and of course we are going to double it up. So this 4 is already for the first layer, and we are going to go now for the second layer of our letter M, and we're going to make again 4 pieces of 2. We do the same on the tops, glue together, and over here, and this one over here, and the last. And we're going to give this also some time to dry a half hour. So because we don't want to have the mistake that one piece will be longer than the other one, we are already gluing them on top of each other. So we're going to place this on top of here, this one on top of here. Very easy. We do this on top of here, and the last, and this one on top of here. So we're going to place it aside, squeeze it and press it in one line. We do here the same. Make one line, squeeze it. And number 3 also, you see already he was totally out of line. And this one the same. Make sure that everything is fitting nicely as best as you can over here. And I'm going to wipe away the glue. So, and now we also again give it a couple of minutes drying. In the meantime, while our M is drying, we're going to make the letter A. And of course we use 3 blocks. We're going to do this one, and this one. Again, do some glue on this side, on this side. And we're going to glue it over here in a straight line, and this one over here and also in a straight line. And because we are going to double it up, we're going to make another one like this. 3 blocks. We do some glue on each side. On this side, we're going to place it over here. Do this one over here and make sure that we squeeze all together and wipe away the glue. And now we take one block and we take on top of each other. Very easy. Do a little glue in the middle, place it on top, place them on the side in a straight line and squeeze it. And we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to let this dry also. So we gave it a couple of minutes, and now we're going to do some glue in the middle also over here in the line and over here. And we're going to place them on top of each other. Very easy. Place them on the side, squeeze it like this, and we're going to let it rest. And of course in a moment we're going to get our pencil and we're going to make marks where we want to cut it. What we're going to do right now, we're going to place them this way so you have the wider side of the block on top. We are going to use this on the top side. We're going to measure out where we need to cut, because you want to have an M, but it must not be too big. So I think more like this. So it's very easy. I'm just get my pencil and I have to look for this way, and I'm going to cut off a little piece over here. So this is already one line I must cut off. And now you see already, if we place it over here, we place the letter O next to each other, you see already it's very easy where you need to cut your piece. You see already it's over here. So we can, of course, what you also can do is place this on top, the letter O, place it over here and make a mark like this. And then you can mark them all the same way. You see? It's very easy to do. You can use your ruler. So this are the marks, and then we're going to cut off, and then we're going to make the letter N. So you see already I have my 4 pieces which are cut off. We're going to use 3 of them as legs and the other one will be on top. So what we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on the top side. We do here some glue on the top side and on this one. As you already, I just cut off a little piece. I think you already can see it. So place it over here. We're going to glue this one on here. We can glue this one over here. I have to look for, I'm going to do this one over here. So of course, exactly in the middle. And this one will be over here. And now of course I have to be careful because it's still not dried in. So again, this way, and you see if you place the letter H next to it, it's the same measurement. So that's already a nice thing. I have the leftovers from the endings which I did cut off before. Maybe I'm going to look for if I can use one of them for the letter A. And of course you see already I don't have to cut this one. You see already this one is fitting nicely for the letter A. So I'm going to use one of this one to glue it inside. I'm going to look for the one I like the best. I think I'm going to go for this one. Maybe I have to turn it. No, that's not a great, nice side. So maybe I'm going to, this way it will look nice, but maybe this one is better. So you always have to look for which is fitting the best. You see, if I do this one, it will be a little bit crooked, and that's not what we like. So I'm going to go for, and this one is also not a nice, really cut. So I'm going to go for this one, like this. But first I'm going to let this dry in. So I found the one that I really like. So I'm going to place this one in between, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to let this dry in also. And I'm going to keep these pieces also for if I must use them later. So also the letter A is finished. So we already have our letters. Now we go further with our letter H. So we have our two pieces, our bigger ones and our smaller ones. I'm going to glue mine. I'm going to place one down. I'm going to look for which one I like the best. Or maybe I'm going to also can turn it around. And I'm going to do this one on the side and this one on the side. So I think I'm going to go for over here, this way. I'm going to look for which is fitting the best. Just try with your pieces and look for where it is looking the nice. Maybe you have to turn it one. And you see already if I turn it, this is already fitting better than the other side. That's always because blocks are always working and it's not exactly the same size. So just going to work with it and look where you like to have it. I think I'm going to go for this one. So, and then I'm going to glue this one on top of here. But first I'm going to glue this one. So I'm going to do some glue on the sides over here. And I'm going to place it exactly in the middle of the middle block of my, the size of the letter H. Give it a little bit of pressure. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I did wait a couple of minutes. I'm going to glue now some glue on the inside of this one over here. And we're going to place this one over here on top of here. And of course I have to look that I have it in a straight line. I have to feel with my fingers because we don't want to have it that it is not fitting nicely. So give it some pressure. And I feel with my fingers on the front side, and of course I feel that the glue is coming out, but that doesn't matter. I'm just going to feel if everything is straight the best I can. Maybe I have to redo it a little over here. And now I'm going to give it a little paint can on top of here, and then we're going to let it rest for at least 1.5 hours. So if everything is correctly, you have now the letter H, of course the O, the M and the A. So what we're going to do, now we're going to give them some extra to give them a little bit more like a high-end look. So I'm going to place this one at the side and of course also the letter H. What we're going to do, we're going to get 4 blocks. And we're going to make cute little stands for under it to finish it off a little, because if you are looking now, he's just on some wood and it doesn't, I don't think it looks very nice. So what we're going to do, we make a kind of a square, but a flat one. So we do glue this one on this one at the ending. We do some glue over here on the ending. And we place this one against this corner. Squeeze it. And now we only need to do on the top over here and a little on this side. And we're going to place it very easily on each other this way. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure. Of course, you have to work with it. And make sure that all the blocks have a nice straight line over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. And we're going to make a second one because he has 2 feet. So we do some glue, and again we're going to squeeze this in this corner. We're going to squeeze this one in the other corner over here, and again squeeze it. And now we only need to close it up with some glue over here, a little over here, and we're going to place it inside, the same like we did with the other one, and give it a little bit of pressure and give it a couple of minutes drying. So in the meantime, while these two are drying, I'm going to get 8 blocks for my set of loose block. Of course, you can use the letters O, M and A just loose next to the letter H, so you don't have to glue them together. So, but I'm going to make one piece of it. So I'm going to do 4 pieces of 2. So very easy. We're going to glue them together on this straight line. This is one. We do here also some glue. Place this one against each other, and number 3 again squeeze it, and the last of 2 also squeeze it, make a straight line, squeeze, press it together, and this one over here the same, and this one the same also. And we're going to wipe away the glue because it's a little bit much coming out. So, and of course I do it in a moment. I do paint it in a nice creamy color, but for everyone who loves the glam look, don't worry. Most of the time if you see tumbling towel blocks, you think, oh, that's not my kind of thing. But if you give it a nice spray paint in gold, silver or copper, it will look also amazing. So you can use it in any decor, so don't worry about it. Just give it a try, and of course just do it, and then maybe you will see that also with tumbling towel blocks you can make a nice glam home decor piece. We're going to place it on the side. We do some glue over here, place it against each other. We do some glue over here and this one, and now we're going to make one big piece out of it. Again, make sure that everything has a nice shape. And again, I'll wipe away the glue, and now we're going to let this dry also at least for a half hour. So now we have our 2 pieces which we are going to do on the underside of our letter, and of course we want to measure out where we want to have them. So it's very easy. Just place your letter A, and then you're going to place this one on the spot you want to have them. So over here in the middle, and this one needs to be in the middle, and then you can easily turn your piece over, and of course I hope I can show it to you on camera. You do some glue over here on the underside, and of course on the inside as much as you can, because then the glue is not running out too much. And again coming over here, and of course do a little bit outside so all the pieces are coming in some glue. We're going to turn it over, and if everything is correctly, I hope that we have it in the middle, but we will see. I think mine needs to go out a little bit, so I hope I have it now in a straight line. I'm going to place it down. Of course you still can redo it the way you want to have it, and of course I need to work a little bit mine on this side, but take your time for it, and then give it some pressure on top with some paint cans, and then it glues nicely together. So I'm going to give it some time to dry. So the squares under our H are drying. Now we need to glue our letters, the O, the M and the A. What I'm going to do, I think I'm going to go mine a little sideways, of maybe this way, and then of course this one in the other direction, but glue them any way you like, because this is just an example and you can go as crazy as you like. So I think, but I want to keep it not too heavy that it is really sideways, but of course we're just going to do some glue, and we're just going to place it where I think it looks nice, but I have to be sure that I have inside of on the middle. So over here I'm going to do some glue on each feet this way, And I'm going to place this one a little over here. But of course, be sure that you keep it in this space. And of course, now the letter A. A little glue in the middle. And we glue this one over here. And we're going to be sure that everything is sticking inside of the block. At least the stand where he's standing on. So I'm going to let this dry, and I know you see this backwards. Don't worry, that's just my telephone. So I'm not gluing it wrong. In a moment you see how he's really looking like. So we're going to let this dry, and then we're going to paint everything. So what I'm going to do, like I told you, I'm going to paint everything, and I'm going to do it in my little bit of the creamy chalk paint. But like I told you earlier, do any color you like, which is fitting for your decor. I always say it again and again. This is just inspiration, because some people it's a little bit hard to see if it is fitting for their decor. But most of the times, all projects, if you give them a paint color, it changes up so much. So you see, if you look right now to this, you think now it's wood, of course, but if you're going to paint it in the color you like, your project turns so immediately in something which is fitting for your decor. So like I told you, I'm going to do this one in the creamy color. So I have already the letter H in the creamy color, and of course I only did a little piece of the inside, not totally, because you don't see it. And of course I'm going to decorate it later, the openings. But for now I'm going to give this also a creamy color. But of course I do it a little bit faster for you. So I finish this off, and of course in a moment you see the quick impression.
It's Dyanne here. Welcome, and if you're new, welcome to our channel. If you've already been here, welcome back. You know, Jenny and I love to craft with these, Jenny, my mother-in-law, and I. And these are the packages that we buy online for €3 for each package. We buy them at some sort of online party shop where you can get party articles, but also games. And we pay €3 for 45 pieces, and then you get these pieces. Today I want to make some sort of planter with you, and therefore I'm going to glue a lot of blocks together like this. Therefore I use my glue gun, because they're not under super much tension. And yeah, we're going to use other blocks. I'm going to stack them like so. I will show you. Layer here. Then one layer up here. Yeah, but they got to, you know, be raised. And then you have another layer like so. Yeah, they start falling down. But that's what I'm going to do, and therefore I will need quite a lot of blocks. So I'm going to grab the glue gun. It's fully charged. I have one with a battery, and you can charge it via this USB-C port here. Oh yeah, also got some extra glue sticks. These both are from Lidl. And yeah, Lidl uses these really small glue sticks. Apparently bigger ones with a bigger diameter don't fit in this glue gun. So that is for stash. Let's go. I have quite a bunch of these doubles right now. And I already started here, because what I did, I just put glue on the wood glue here on the parts of the edge there. And I'm going to glue these all the way up until this stack is done, and I'm switching over to this stack here. So you can get 5 on each side. And the wood glue that I use is from, ooh, big dripper, the brand, Miss Baltex. Don't know if it's a Dutch brand or another kind of brand, but they sell it here at the Action shop, similar to Dollar Tree, but down in the Netherlands. And the quality is perfect. The only thing that I always forget is put the cap on when you're done with gluing. So regularly I need to grab myself a needle to crack the whole thing open, the nozzle. There we go. And that's a good thing about using the wood glue. I'm still able to move around the parts that I need to glue. Because you got to work pretty precise to make it look neat. And then we go to the corners again. And repeat the steps. There we are. Once you put this up, everything starts moving. And that is pretty annoying. Maybe I just need to fix that at the end. I think that's the best idea. And I keep the bottle storage upside down so that there is always glue available. But as you can see, sometimes that's not so handy. Well, I'm going to continue building this tower until it's high enough, and then I'm going to do the other one as well. These two are done. Let them dry. I'm going to make the ground, plate surface where everything will be standing on, and I measured. This is 6 blocks, and if I want to place them there with some space in between, then I should use 5 blocks for the whole thing. So I think I do 5 long and 6 or 7 deep. I think I'd first try 6. If I still find that it needs to be 7, I can always make 1 extra row, but that's for later. So first grab the glue gun. I'm going to build 5 long and 6 deep. I'm not going to bother you with that because it will take a long time for me to finish. And this also has to dry for I think at least an hour, maybe longer, because I want everything to be secure. And the only parts where I put the wood glue are in the corners. And yeah, the joints are with these joints here, of course, with the glue gun. No big deal because there isn't that much of tension, but better safe than sorry. You don't want your DIY to fall apart while you're crafting. Here's the plaque. I did 6, and I'll see how it looks, because this was the idea. So I think I'm going to turn it like so. I think that the ground part then fits in better. Yeah, this way. Are we happy with this? Oh, well, it looks pretty cool to me. But if we want, just for trying, I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I will show you. You can add an extra row of these blocks. So you can do a little bit more like this. However, now I see it, I think that's quite a good idea. Or does it look weird? Maybe then it becomes too big. Yeah, this is just a question or a case of whatever you like. Do whatever you like. I mean, take it in, take it out. Totally up to you. Yeah, I think I'll take it out. I don't, yeah, that's my taste. I don't like that there are edges there. So what we're going to do then is start gluing these parts here. So grab your glue again. Now I'm going to use a lot of glue because the weight that is resting upon these glue joints is a little bit higher than it was on only the corners. There we are. And then you just simply put these into the right position. like so. You can always, if you prefer, put a heavy object upon it, like a book or something, to let everything set in, or just give it a nice press. That works well too. Don't push too hard, of course. See if there's any glue that needs to be wiped away. Oh, not even that much, I think. You can use your finger, a damp cloth, paper, whatever you prefer. This already looks pretty cool, doesn't it? Now, look how cute this looks. I really love it. I also want to add a little bit more details, and therefore I have these wooden beads that I also got from Action, and I want to use some here, and maybe also got to turn it upside down, which is safe to do now because the glue is really dry. Is just do something here, or maybe you can also do that if you're really enthusiastic, add beads just like so. Make sure that where the holes are, you put them against the wood, not like this, because you're going to see it and it doesn't look so stable. Or it isn't stable. There, and then you can go also all the way here. That is totally up to you. I'll be using the glue gun to attach these. And after that, it is time, I think, for the paint job of this DIY. Pick a color you like. I will just use plain white paint from the construction market, but you can do any kind of paint of your choice, or a varnish or a stain, totally up to you. Oops, outline this a little bit better, just to see how it looks. A little bit more, a little bit closer to the edge, this way. Beadwork is done, and I was a little bit clumsy, just turning the back part around to glue the other side. Yeah, there are a lot of spider webs here, going to remove them soon. And I forgot that the parts that I let down on the side, here, these ones, that they weren't glue yet. So beads everywhere. Managed to pick up some, but it's still a mess around here. I'm going to clean that, get rid of those spider webs, and then I think we can start painting. I also love that there are now beads. Oh, oops, need to redo that one. That's weird. I think it just didn't glue enough. I only see one small piece of glue around here. We'll fix that. Anyway, what I wanted to say, I love that there are now 8 beads upon the top section. Let me just quickly glue this. Now the glue gun is still hot. There we go. Here, these beads. I think they have a really great addition to the design. And as I said, I'm going to paint. I'll pick white paint just from the construction market. Here I have a big can of paint and a brush. I will use the flat one this time because I think that is easier to get here in between these parts. There we go. Almost there. This took me a lot more time than I expected. I spent almost 30 minutes painting, I believe. But however, now it is done. Let it dry. And I think that the bottom part already is dry. That's how long I did today about this paint job. I might go here and there. Oh, here, this isn't done pretty properly. I might go here and there a little bit more. I'm going to add a little bit more paint, because I think that the coverage isn't so good on each part. There. Looks pretty cute now that it's white. What do you think? Okay, I'll let it dry. Then I'm going to start decorating it. Just put some flowers in there, actually greenery. And last thing I want to do is I have these wooden letters here. I want to write down joy here in the center. Therefore we'll need the glue gun. And I'll just start by gluing the first letter. Well, let's say up to here. Oh no, I might do it in the center. Let's see, where's the center? Here, or maybe a little bit more forward. Here or something. Just add some glue from the hot glue gun. You can also use wood glue if you prefer that. And hold it for a few seconds until the glue is dry. And I want to put the J in there too. So let's put some glue on there as well. And repeat the step that we just did with the I. And hold for a few seconds. Then the O is the last one that we need to put in there. There we go. Just that slightly let it rest in front of the other letters. And there we are. Joy.
You see on my table the things we need for this new DIY. What we're going to use, of course, our tumbler towel blocks. I have here some paint at your choice and maybe some spray paint. I have here some wood filler. This is a very cheap brand. I don't know where I'm going to use it for, but I think I'm going to use it. I have something in my head, but you never know if it will work or not. So of course, I have here my little container with everything I need, like my mud pots, my wood glue, my scissors, brushes, markers, everything I need in most of the time in every DIY. And of course, I have here my saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel. So these are the main pieces we need for this DIY. What we're going to make, we are going to make a 3-tier tray, but of course in a different way. I hope you enjoy this one because I try to make it as unique as I can. So we will see how this will turn out. And we are going to start with making a row of 9 blocks. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. So and we're going to glue them on the longest side. Oh, you see already the glue is going not where I want to have it. So this is number 2. And place your blocks immediately against each other so the glue is not running out. And I have already number 7, number 8 and number 9 is of course the close you up. So we're going to make a straight line. And like I always told you, you can use a metal hook, but I mean the metal square you use for, some people use them for on the table to make a nice straight line. I don't use it, but if you are like to use it, please be my guest. Of course, a lot of you are already here a long time, know already I do it just out of hand. Of course, if it is wise, I don't know, but most of the times it will work. So we're going to do again another row of 9, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So very easy. Again, just glue them on the sides. I don't know how it is about you, but I always love trays, 2-tier trays, or maybe even higher. I always love to decorate them, especially on my tables, because you can pick up your tray and your table is completely clean. So I am always loving decorating with some trays. So, but of course, it's also not everyone's cup of tea, a tray. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the last of 9 we're going to do over here. And with trays you can do as crazy as you like. You can make them any way you like. You can make them round, you can make them in the square, you can make the longer ones. It's so much ideas you can have for trays. Of course, on this channel and of course on our main channel Deco Easy, we already made a lot of trays. So I'm going to go over it and over here with my glue, and again make a straight line. If you don't have the metal hook and you're just like me, you're just going to use your fingers. So we're going to give this a couple of minutes drying. So we did wait a couple of minutes. We're going to place 2 of them on the sides and we do some glue over here. And because we don't wait too long, it's very easy to make a nice big wooden piece out of it, because we didn't wait too long. If you wait too long, then it is a little bit difficult to get them together. Now you still can redo it and make a nice piece with only maybe a little piece of an open gap, but most of the time you can very easily squeeze them together until one piece. So don't wait too long. If you want to make this kind of wooden pieces, then don't wait too long for making it together. So now you can easily make one piece, and you see already I only have a little small piece over here. Maybe I can try to get it close, but this is the close I can get. So I'm going to let this dry in and we're going to make a second one. So of course for the second one I already placed it on my table, or else it takes much too long for you. So again we're going to make 3 rows of 9 blocks, and later we're going to give them a shape. Of course he doesn't stay in the, it's almost a square. Oh, you see already I am taking 1 block too much. So we're going to do it this way. We're going to squeeze it. Be careful if you squeeze it and you see it coming up, then wait and press it down again, because some blocks just want to pop out. So this is already number 1. And if you like it, of course, if you are making one of the DIYs, maybe you can send us an email and we would love to see what you made out of your blocks. So, but of course it's free. You don't have to do it. If you don't like it, it's also fine. So, but we love to see what you made. And this is already number 3. And then we already have our stage of number 2 already. And we are going to make 3, because I like it, but you can make it as big as you want. You can do 4, 5, how big your kitchen is. You can do even 2 if you think 3 is much too large for my kitchen. So you can make it any way you like. I'm going to get my towel again. I'm going to wipe away the glue. And if you want to be sure later and you don't want to have any spots on your piece, if you're going to wax it or maybe you do some shoe polish, then you can give it a little light sanding, because or else you get some spots from the wood glue. At least my wood glue gives some spots on the block, so be careful with that. If you paint it, it doesn't matter, and spray paint it, but I'm going to give this a couple of minutes again. See already, I placed 2 of them on the side. I'm going to do some glue and some glue on this one, and we're going to place it together again, the same like we did with the first one. So place them this way and going to squeeze them again, a nice straight line over here, and we wipe away the glue. And of course number 3 I will do out of camera, because or else you are so bored with all those little pieces of wood. So I'm going to let this rest also a couple of hours, because we are going to need a saw and going to saw them out, but of course they need to dry first. And if you want to make a laugh, of course I will get the first one, and if you see the first one and you see the second one I made, you see already this. And you see already, I thought I counted right, but of course you see already I missed 1 block over here. You see already I did 8 of them. I laid really neatly together, but you see already mistakes are everywhere. Of course I'm going to do some glue on this side and a little on the top over here, and I'm going to place it in, because we're just going to make it simple and a little bit longer. So it doesn't matter, but you see already a mistake is always in a little small corner. So, and the last, and we're going to place it. Now if everything is correctly, we have a straight line again, and we have the right numbers, 3 rows of 9 blocks. But of course I'm old, maybe I can't count anymore. So I'm going to lay them apart. Maybe a lot of you already saw already that I had 8 blocks and you already were thinking, when does he see it that it is 8 blocks instead of 9? So I'm going to give this one some rest too. See already we have our 3 pieces of wood and we're going to lay them aside and they are going to dry for a couple of hours. So I'm going to place them over here and we are going to do the first of the one of the legs. We are going to make 3 pieces of 3. So very easy. Just place them down this way, and of course over here. So we're going to glue them on the longest side. This is already 1, number 2, and number 3 is a closure up over here. 1, 2, and 3, and this is the last 2 and 3 is the closure up. Squeeze them together until one piece over here and over here, and we're going to, like always, wipe away the glue we don't need. It's a little bit more difficult with 3 blocks because most of the time your piece of towel is always sticking on your blocks. So we're going to place them aside and we're going to let them rest. What we're going to do, we are going to make not 4 pieces, we are going to 8 pieces of 2. So very easy. You just do the longer side, place them together, longer side, place them together, longer side, and again place them together, longer side, and again place them together. Over here, longer side, and you place it together. Oh, you see already, I'm already stuck to my glue. The longer side, and we're going to place them together also over here. And I have now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 1. We need 8 pieces of 2. And again, the last. And we're going to squeeze them, squeeze it. And again, we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. So, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest also. So I will wipe away the glue, but give it a couple of minutes. So for the smallest leg we use, of course, like you, if everything is correctly, you have 3 pieces of 3 and you have 8 pieces of 2. What we're going to do, we're going to work with the 8 pieces of 2. We're going to do some glue on the side. We're going to place this one against each other. We do here also some glue on the side. And we're going to place this one over here. And you see already, he's still not totally dry, but it doesn't matter. You still can work with it. Of course, some glue over here. And we're going to place it a little over here. And we're going to place it inside. And now we have already a nice, cute little square. We're going to give it a little bit of pressure. And we're going to turn it. And make sure that you have everything in a straight line. And then you're going to let this dry in. And this is already 1 square. I'm going to do the second one. It's very easy. Just do some glue on the side. You place already 1 over here. You do some glue on this side. And you place them on the other side over here. And this one you do on the tops over here. And a little on the inside. And then you can place it very easy inside of your, you already have your square. Because he needs to come out a little bit. And give it a bit of pressure over here. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So we gave it a couple of minutes. Of course, it's not totally dry yet. You're going to turn it over. You do some glue on the inside of the square. So over here. This is what I mean, just on the inside, and you place it on one of the blocks of 3. So you place them in the middle. Give it a little bit of pressure from the top. And be sure that you have it in the middle, or else make sure that you work your way until the middle, because it's always nicer if you have it on the middle. I have to go for, yes, I think I have it in the middle. This is already one. We do a second one. Of course, we're going to turn this over and we do some glue on the inside again and place them also in the middle. Give it a little bit of pressure from the top and make sure that you have it in the middle. Just turn it around when you are satisfied, then it's okay, because it's your DIY. You have to work with it. So I think I have it already. I give it a couple of minutes and then we're going to place this one in between. So now I do some glue on one on this side, over here, go around, and we're going to make sure that we turn it upside down so we can easily see the middle, and we give it some pressure from the top. We're going to move it a little in this way, and we do now some glue on this side, over here. And now we can very easily, if I am looking correctly, we are going to place this one upside down over here. So now we have all of them on top of here. Also make sure that you have this one in the middle. If there is some glue coming out, you see already on the underside, just take a brush and just go carefully around the lines, and you see already you can easily get out the glue you don't need, because with a towel it's always hard to get it away. So I always take a brush. And now we already have one of the smallest stand. Now we go for the medium and then we go for the large, but first we already have the smallest one. For the medium we need of course 4 pieces of 3, so it's very easy, just count them on your table. And this is already 3, and now the last is this one. So very easy, we glue them on the sides again and on over here and just place them together. I do it a little faster, and this is already 2, and this is number 3, and the last of course number 4. Squeeze them together again and give them a couple of minutes rest, the same like we did with the other one. So I give it a couple of minutes rest. I wipe away the glue, but you can make all 4 of them, and then you already are having the part for the middle size. You already, our 4 pieces of 3 are drying over here. Now we are going to make sets of 2 again, and we used 8 in the other one, so we are going to use now, I think you already know how much we are going to need. I think we are going to need 12 pieces of 2. So it's very easy. We just count 12 blocks because we need to make a square extra. And that's already, I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I already have my 12 pieces of 2, and I'm going to glue them together. And of course, it's so easy. I do only this one together with you. Don't worry. The large, I always only say the numbers, and then you can easily make your own large piece. So I only do this one together. So this is already number 6, number 7, number 8, number 10, number 11. That's not correct. 9, 10, 11. This is number 12. So I can even count anymore. So I'm going to squeeze them, wipe away the glue, and we're going to let this dry. So now you have already your 4 pieces of 3 and your 12 pieces of 2. And now we're going to make it very easy. I'd only do one together with you. We're just going to make a square again. Do some glue on this side. You place one against this side. You do some glue on this side again, over here. And you're going to place this one over here. And the only thing is to do is some glue on this side and on the inside, and then you're going to place it. Of course, I have to turn it over. This way is better. So we're going to place it in, squeeze it, and give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to let this dry, and we're going to make the other 3 a little faster. So we have our parts again. We're going to take one of the 3 and we're going to do some glue again, the same like we did with the other one. Do some glue on the inside, over here. You easily place it upside down and place it on top. Give it a little bit of pressure over here, and of course also over here. Make sure that you have it in the line you want to have it. And this is already one. We're going to do the other one. We do some glue on the inside. We're going to turn it over, and this way give it some pressure again. Over here, this is already a number 3. We're going to place this one and do some glue on the top over here. Of course, I have to look if I have it in the same line. I'm going to turn it over, place it on top of here, give it some pressure again, and I'm going to look that I have it in the middle. Of course, this one, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes, and then we're going to place this one in between. So we're going to get the last piece of 3. We're going to do some glue on the first one. Just go around. We're going to get it over here, and we're going to place it very easy upside down over here in the middle. Give it some pressure and turn it around on all sides so you have a nice look. Of course, we're going to do some glue on this one over here and again around, and we're going to make sure that we have the lines of the blocks always this way, so we get a nice then it glues nice and it looks better, especially if you are going to give it some spray paint or maybe some distressing only. So, and again squeeze it, and now we're going to do the last, some glue over here on the side and over here. And now we're going to place this one here. This one is also, the blocks are direct this way, and we're going to go again, squeeze it upside down, and again give it some pressure from the top, and look that you have it in the middle, so all the stages are in the middle. And you see already now you have already size medium. So we have a small, a medium. Now we're going to do the large, and of course, don't worry, don't panic because I won't show you everything. So don't panic. So I will show you now only the numbers of the size large. And you see already here are the numbers for your large size. And this is 5 pieces of 3 and 16 pieces of 2. So this is one of the squares, this is one, and this is one, and this is one. So 16 pieces of 2, 5 pieces of 3. I will going to build them together because or else you get very bored. So I will do this faster. So I have my 4 square pieces, and of course I have my 5. I'm going to get one of them. Do some glue on the inside, the same like we did with the smaller and the medium size. Again, place them over here and just place them upside down and give it a little bit of pressure. Make sure that you have it in the middle. And we go again. Take one of the blocks, take one of this one, and again go around. And you work all, oh, you see already I don't have some glue over here. And we're going to turn it over, place it on top of here, give it some pressure. And again, place it over here. We do the next one. Some glue over here. We're going to turn it upside down. And again. And this is already number 3. And the last we do some glue around. And we're going to turn this one also upside down. And like this, we give it a couple of minutes rest. So now we take block number 5. We're going to place it over here. We're going to place this, and of course the blocks are this way and this one also. So again, we do some glue over here, so around, and we're going to turn it over this way, and so we can easily find our middle again. And we're going to give it some pressure from the top over here. We do some glue on this one over here and place it next to each other. You see still the direction is this way. Turn it over and place it on top. Give it some pressure again. Make sure that you have it in a straight line because this one needs a little bit of adjusting. We do here the same. Over here, make a nice simple round, place it next to each other, turn it over, and so you always have the lines of your blocks the same direction. Again, over here, and now we are going to do the last one. Of course, some glue around, and we place it beside, and you see already always the blocks are rising the same direction. Turn it over and place it on top of here, give it some pressure, and now you can of course also do a little paint can on top of here, or maybe you have some weights you can place on here so everything dries a little faster. But of course you also can place it next to a heater, then it also will be fine. So I'm going to give it some time to rest, a couple of hours. And here you see already our 3 sizes of our stands. Of course, the small, medium and large. And of course, you can make one extra. You can leave one. You can make them higher. You can do anything you like, but I keep it with this 3. What we're going to do, we're going to connect them together. So we're going to make middle pieces which they can connect. So we place them aside. And we're going to make 4 pieces, and we go with 3 blocks, and of course also here 3 blocks. We do 3 blocks over here and 3 blocks over here. What we're going to do, very easy. On one block we do on this side, and on the other side we do some glue. We place it standing up, we place it in the middle, and we do this one also in the middle. Of course I have to, and then we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and this way, and make sure we adjust it until it is really in the middle, and then we're going to let this dry. I show you in a moment what I mean. So I'm going to place this one up, and I'm going to do some glue on this side again and on this side again. And we're going to place this again in the middle of the 2 blocks. Very easy, just give it some pressure, and we're going to let this dry. I do the rest extra. So now we have our 4 pieces. You see, this is how he's looking like. Try to get it in the middle. It's a little bit harder than I thought. I thought it would be a little bit better, a little more to squeeze. I don't know how I explain it, but this is what I mean. You just try to get it in the middle, but now to get the tricky one, because these 2 are will be connected to each other. So we do some glue on this, and we're going to place them together. So we squeeze the underside, we squeeze the top, and then we're going to work with our fingers so we have both of them in the middle, or else your piece is not gluing right. Of course, what I should have done is make 6 pieces of 2 and then do this frame. So don't make the mistake that I do to make them loose like this, but first make 6 pieces of 2, glue them together like this top is, and then make this kind of shape here for in the middle. And you see that this one needs to come down a little, and we're going to squeeze it and press it together. I will do this one also. So now if everything is correctly, you have 2 pieces like this, and that gives a little bit more structure than you just do simple 2 blocks or 1 block. We are going to place the biggest one, I'm going to place down. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on the underside, on this side and on this side, and of course a little tip over here. Now I'm going to place it, of course I have to think this way, on my block in the middle. So very carefully make sure that you have it in the middle, and you can do it easily because this is 3 blocks and you take just the middle one. Maybe I can show it to you in the camera a little better. And this way, so you place it in the middle. So very easy, give it a little bit of pressure, and the glue which is coming out, you just get your brush and you just simply wipe it away so you don't get too much glue on the outside, because that's not what you want. And we're going to give this at least Now I think because it still needs to glue very tight, so I would go at least for a half hour. In the meantime, while this one is drying, we're going to take the 3 parts high, we're going to place this down, and we're going to do here the same. So we're going to do some glue on this side, over here, on this side. I have to look for if I am correctly, and I'm going to do a little on this side. So very easy. We are going to place this also in the middle and give it a little bit of pressure over here and just let it dry in also. So now I place the one with the 3 high. I'm going to the medium size. I'm going to place here. I'm going to do this one over here. I'm going to do some glue on here, over here, and a little, just wipe it away, wipe it out, not wipe it away, but wipe it out. And of course we get the smaller one, and we do on the smaller one, from one of the 3, we're going to do a little bit of glue on the edge over here. So a little dot of glue. So not too much. We're going to place it this way. We're going to do carefully, place this one on top of here, of course, in the middle, and we are going to squeeze them together and give them at least a half hour rest. So you see these 2 are now glued together. Of course it's still vulnerable because it's not totally dry yet, then you have to do it overnight. We're going to do some glue on this side, in over here, and this one, and we do a little bit of glue in the middle over here because we will hang this one over here. So we're going to place this straight up, and we're going to place it on here, and we're going to give it some pressure, and we're going to let this dry also for at least a half hour until an hour. So in the meantime, while our stand is drying, I'm going to take my 3 pieces, which will be of course the trays. I'm going to turn it over and make the flat side over here. So I'm going to turn this one over. This one is already okay. I use a riser this way, and I'm going to, because I like this size of the round, but you can choose any round you like. Of course, don't go too big, because or else it doesn't fit in on your stand. So you see this one is fitting nicely over here, so I make sure that I have it in the middle. I get my pencil and I'm just going to make simply around my riser, and very easy. I make a thick line because I'm a little bit old, so I I have to see where the line is if I want to use my jigsaw. So again, and you see now we have a nice round. So I'm going to do all 3 of them, and then I'm going to go to my garage and I'm going to cut it out. And you see here are our 3 rounds we will use as a tray. Of course, what I'm going to do, I'm going to lift them a little bit up from the stand. So what I'm going to do, I'll place them over here. I'm going to take 3 blocks and I'm going to make a little square, and of course squeeze them together. I do here the same because I have 3 risers of 3 risers, 3 trays of course, and I'm going to do another one. So then we have 3 pieces of a 3. Very easy, just do some glue, and now you can easily raise them a little bit higher than they are right now, and I am loving it that they are a little bit higher, and it gives me a nice marker where I need to glue my round, of course. And again, make sure that you have a straight line. Here the same, and again give them a couple of minutes drying. So we gave our 3 blocks a couple of minutes. What we're going to do, if you take one of your round, you can easily see that here are 3 blocks, just a nice little square, and we are going to glue them on top of here. So do some glue over here, just make a nice little square and just place them on top of here. It's so easy because you can find easily the way where they need to be, where the middle is. This is already one. We go for this one the same, and we do some glue over here, and we place this one on top of here, and again give it a little bit of pressure over here. And then the last is also very easy. Do some glue and place this one on top of here and give it a little bit of pressure. And again, we let this dry for at least a half hour. So now we have our 3 trays and of course our stand, and I'm going to paint mine in the creamy white color. Of course, choose any color you like. I do the trays and of course the stand separately because it's easier gluing for me later. So I'm going to do first the trays and then the stand. But of course I will do it a little bit faster because or else it takes much too long for you. And you see already I have my 3 trays and of course the stand, and I'm going to glue my trays on top of here, and that is now so easy. You just do some wood glue over here and you place it on your little squares on top of here. So you do all 3 of them, let it dry overnight, and then you can decorate it any way you like. And I show you now in a moment the quick impression of how I decorated this 3-tier tray. At least that's what I call it.
Dyanne here. Welcome to a new Deco Easy DIY. Today, of course, how surprising, we're going to work with these Jenga blocks. For the ones new to our channel, welcome to our video. And I want to explain that the blocks we buy here, 45 pieces for €3. We buy them online, and then you get pieces that are this long, 5 centimeters long, 2 centimeters tall. And yeah, they're only here available, as far as we know, in some sort of online kind of fun party web shop where you can find all kind of games, decorations, clothing, everything you want if you throw a party. Before we used to work with bigger blocks, they were from Action, a shop similar to Dollar Tree here. Then you got 60 pieces for €3, but then the blocks were slightly bigger. I suppose I think they come up to here in scale. So yeah, these are a little bit better to work with if you're building organic shapes, round shapes, and the other ones were better for, you know, filling up quickly big parts with wood. This is how they're being delivered in these packages that I'm struggling with to open because they are packed so tight. And then we also have plastic where they are covered in. I'm going to cut this open, and I like, but this is my personal way of doing it, to use the empty box as some sort of bin to put the plastic in, but also kind of, you know, stuff, trash stuff from decorating. There we are. And then we put it away. Now, I always love that sound. What we're going to make, some sort of display, which you can use for any kind of season, but I want to make it for summer, spring season. I want to do something with flowers, but first we're going to make a really big plaque. Or maybe first it's better to do the basket. I think I'm doing it with 3 of these. And let's see how deep they are. We're going to do it like this. That is pretty big already. Maybe 2 is better. Yeah, I think then they're big enough. I want to make some sort of fence, and I think this is the right way of doing it. Let me see, how many blocks do we need for the bottom part? Oh, I think 2 of these should do. So 4 in total, like this. Now we're going to glue them. Well, let's say some sort of this way. For gluing the wood, I personally like to use glue for wood, really just wood glue. This is a brand called Patix, and it's also being sold at Action, but it's a Dutch brand that a brand that they sell everywhere in the Netherlands, also construction markets, whatever you want. But oh, well, that's one thing, you gotta clean up the nozzle regularly, otherwise it gets stuck, and then you can't glue anymore. So I'll need to fix that. Anyway, And they have a cap holder, which is really nice, but I always forget to put the cap back in. So sometimes it also gets stuck because I forget to close the cap. Well, now that we know how big we want the fence / basket to be, this is going to be the basket, but then turned upside down. I want to make the plate, the back plate actually. Let me see how, dried up glue here. How many blocks do we want? Is this wide enough, or do we want to have one wider? Maybe that's too big. Maybe this is better. 2, 4. I'm going to put these away, and I'm going to build a little bit around, I think. Or maybe first, I'm going to do it first. First build these things here. These are for the side parts. This is the bottom part and this is the front part. How I'd like to glue. Put lay one down and put the rest upside down in one row. Then just add a tiny dot of glue. You don't need that much, otherwise you get glue peeping through, and that is ugly. Can remove that with a wet cloth. Gently rubbing the glue together to divide it. And then we do it like this. You still see glue peeping through, but it's not as much as I would have been using more glue. Don't worry, it dries up transparent, but if you want to make sure that you can't see any bubbles or excess glue popping out, I suggest using a piece of paper, damp cloth, whatever you like. Or you can just swipe it away with your finger. That's where the crafting mat is for. Sometimes we buy a new one if the one gets too dirty. Okay, oops, oh, it's already sticks. I'm going to leave these down. And I think that I can already, oh, we can also do this. Or did I just glue too much right now? No, I don't think so. No, this is precisely enough. Do it like this. I think we only need 2 blocks, and now we can get a closing bottom. What was I saying? No, we're doing it this way. Okay, now I'll leave these to dry, the bottom part and the front parts, and then I can also just start gluing like this. So then we get the fence ready. Grab some glue and just put it upon the top section here. Not that much, of course. Sometimes you have pieces of wood that are a little bit greasy somehow, and then you need to glue it one extra, but that you will know this soon enough, because once I do that, they always start falling apart. Now, position it in the right way, and then we're letting it dry. Just like so. Once we're done with that, I'll put these aside so I can start making my back part, back plaque, whatever you want to call it, of the DIY. Good to go. This needs to dry, I think, for about half an hour or something. It's not that warm, not that sunny today, so it doesn't dry super quickly. Good. Now we wait, and I'm going to build the big plate here. I just did. I made one big plaque, but because I want everything to be smoothed out, I had to make just as many rows as this thing could hold, and then I quickly added them to each other. Normally I would wait until this row was dry and then put glue in between the rows, but that wasn't an option today. The idea is, but I need to make some more rows. Let me see, 2, 4, 6, 8. I need to make 5 because I needed to make 15. And then this will be, yeah, the corner around. And then up here, everything's got to be up, by the way, so just like this actually. But then it falls apart because I don't have enough support. So I'm going to make a couple more rows, and then hopefully we'll have one smooth line. So I'm going to make the last 5, and then we're good to go. I need this to dry really long. I think I'm also gluing these things up so everything can dry at once, and then we're good. Yeah, we're ready for the next step. The big plaque is drying. I'm going to close the cap. I thought it was a good idea to start already putting the outer parts on, but that's not completely stable, so I think I'm going to glue these things first. Oh, well, we can do these ones to start with, and then maybe, for being smart, just do the, yeah, this is the idea. Just do the exact same thing, so they can dry on a crafting mat. And then I only have to apply these 2 parts together, and then just put everything up on the big plaque. But before we do that, it needs to dry, at least the joints here of the outer parts. And I hope now I can use this as some sort of measurement tool. And I do this, lay them against each other, that it's going to be completely straight. And I say hope because I see that the wood is not completely straight. Hopefully if I press hard enough, then the joints will be straight. I'll grab some extra support. No, this won't grip. This is that greasy wood I was talking about, so just need to add a little bit more. Or it is really dry and it sucks up the glue, or it's greasy and the whole thing won't stick together. Now it's a little bit too much. Just get rid of that. And I hope that works this way. It's a really hard joint, this one. A sturdy one. Okay, hopefully this will keep pushing the whole thing together. Then we let this dry. We flip one that side. Now we have a complete square that we're going to lay on top of this. And don't forget to close the cap. Otherwise the nozzle gets stuck. I still have some leftover blocks. Not going to put them away yet because I want to make some sort of standard where this thing can stand on if we want to turn it up right. Hopefully that will work with a couple of these blocks. Okay, the edges are dry. Now there is a challenge because this joint here isn't completely straight. I'll try if I can fix that. Just apply some glue over there and there. On the top section too. I'm going to press them into the right place. There's the one. And the other one should be just like this. I hope that the amount of glue let everything stick together so well. Well, I can sit down like this for a couple of minutes, I think. What would happen if I let go? I think it stays in place. This thing here is dry too, so I'll try to smudge some glue upon the edges here. Try to stay as close to the inner part of the line as I can. There we go. Let's pull it right over there. There might be dripping parts inwards. Well, I've got to deal with that, I think. Now, time to lay it down. Not this side, because this is a beautiful side. Here you can see a lot of restraints of glue. So I hope that it will fit just like this. There we are. I believe I did something wrong. Okay, let me figure it out. It should have been fitting, but it doesn't. Or just need to add an extra layer. I think let's do that. We can't do it otherwise anymore. Now, you stay exactly there. You go a little bit to this side. This is harder than I thought, because the thing won't stick. An extra pair of hands would be nice right now. No, still have some leftover blocks. I think, yeah, just 5. Well, isn't that a coincidence? Or I miscalculated myself that I forgot to do 1 extra row. That's also a possibility. Just glue down. And then let it rest in place for another hour, I think. If you want, you can put a heavy object on top. Oops. That's up to you. Oh. Of course, I also need to put glue on this side. There we are. Shovel it back in there. Here, and then the last one will go in. Good. Well, this is a heavy thing for sure. There we go. And all the joints are still intact. Good. Okay, I'm happy. I'll let this whole thing dry, and then we'll see what happens. I don't think I will put a heavy object upon it because the wood itself is pretty heavy already. I'm going to press the corners a little bit better, especially these glue parts. We'll be back soon. Big frame is ready. I'm still doing the bottom part of the, the crate. Yeah, actually balcony, whatever you want to call it. Just these 3 together. And they will go underneath those fences that we have here. But I still want everything to dry first before I start applying them together. Just like so. Now we can put away the glue. And I think it is time to start painting this one here. Therefore, I want to use just plain ordinary white paint from the construction market and a big brush, and then we'll be done in no time.
Something good all day, haunted by you, haunted by you.
Back, everything is dry. Ooh, and stuck to the crafting mat. There we are. 1 big plate here with a small edge. I have the bottom of the balcony crate, whatever you want to call it, and I have the 2 parts. One that goes around here, or here, just whatever you like. And the other one will be slightly higher. Well, let's say just like this, or that you have just like this. Do it the way you like. If you can see it from the side better here, this is what I mean. And then you get some sort of crate balcony thing. Now the thing is, I didn't painted these parts, and neither this one, because I want the glue to be stuck very well. And I think without painting both sides, that will achieve that better. Let's apply some more glue for today. I'm going to pour a little bit more on these joints here, because these are only parts that are attached to the back part. Gee, there you. Well, let's count how many layers do we have. 14 layers. I think here where I just put it is a nice one. Yeah, I'm just going to do it like that. I have here, you can't see it, but I can, a part where the two blocks meet each other. That's going to be in the exact same center part. So let's say around here. And then I push it into the wood, and I can see where the other blocks end, that it should be there. Now let's add the first one. I think this here would look nice. Try to make sure that everything is straight. And then I put the other one above. Try to align everything. There we are. This is how it looks. I'm going to let it dry, and then we can decorate with greenery, flowers, whatever that we like, and maybe some letters. While we're waiting, I think it's already a good idea to just start sorting out the letters. Here I have them. Just put them in our IKEA zip bag. They also have numbers, but I don't use them that much. These are just wooden letters from Action, and I hope that I still have the right ones. Here we have an O, for example. Just put on some glue and then everything will be fine. And I want to turn around the crafting mat because this is the side for painting, and that side is not usable anymore. There we go. I'm going to grab my my letters and then the glue gun, and then we can just make bloom here right underneath. While the glue is drying and the glue gun is warming up, here I have my bloom letters laid down. Hope you can see it. Laying down here in front of me. Now, because this is a word of uneven letters, I'll grab the one that is in the middle, which is the O. I'm going to lay it down just in the center, outline it with the center of the block where it is in. And then I work my way outwards by laying it down. And then hopefully I have everything just in the right place. Sorry, I have to move it in a little bit closer, otherwise I can't see where the block ends. I believe this is it. Yeah, bloom. And I'm going to grab the glue gun, and I first start with the one that is in the center. Is this thing already warm enough? I think it is. Now just apply some hot glue on the back part of the letter. And then we quickly, but with precision, put it in the right place. Gentle press, and then we can move on to the other one. Hope you can see what I'm doing, otherwise it's hard to enjoy the movie or the video. There we are. And the M. But be careful that you don't burn your fingers. Okay, now the L and the B is the last one. I think the L is the hardest one to glue because this thing is so narrow and I don't want to burn my fingers. L, you might get it there. And the B, that is easier. Yep, stay there, you. Good. Oops. Big chunk of glue suddenly coming out. Ouch. Stuck upon my finger. Hopefully I'm quick enough, otherwise I have to redo it. But I think, yeah, it's okay. Well, let's undo my finger of the hot glue. Wasn't that hot. Bloom. Before I start decorating, I want this thing to be able to stand up. Right now it's tumbling back. So I have a package of 6 blocks that I'm going to glue here with the hot glue gun, and now as I'm letting go both hands, you will see that it will stand on itself. So I'm going to put these all together, just like so, and pour some glue here in between. Put them together. You don't need wood glue for this. This hasn't to be super strong or beautiful. Just want a quick solution, and that's what the glue gun gives you today. There, and then this one. This glue gun, by the way, comes from the Lidl, and I always enjoy working with this one. A dot of glue there. And a swirl of glue here. Doesn't have to be neat as long as it's strong. There we are. Now, I want to heat it up a little bit more because you saw me probably shaking. Yeah, well, not that much, but a little bit shaking while I press the handle here. That's because then the glue gets a little bit colder and then you need to press harder. So how we're going to do this quickly. Let's check. Yeah, now it is good to go. Now I need a really lot of glue. And I need to be quick. Just press it against and that should do. You see? There we are. Strong as a house. Really love how it looks. The only thing I need to do is decorate with some greenery or flowers. Totally up to you. You can also make this for fall, for a Christmas season. Put some nice snowy trees in there and then you're good to go.
For this DIY, we need again, of course, our tumbling tile blocks, some paint at your choice, some a little container with all the things you need to see already. If you look for it, it's already the wood glue, the mud pot, some scissors, some markers, everything I most of the time need for DIYing, and I have it always with me. Of course, an old piece of kitchen towel, and which is wet to wipe away the glue we don't need. What we're going to do, we are going to make some candle holders for in your home, but of course we are going to do it with a twist. We will see how this will turn out. We are going to start with 5 blocks in a row, but we're going to do it on the tops. We're going to glue them together like this. A little glue over here, and on this one, place them together, and number 3. And the last number 4, because always number 5 is then the closure up. Squeeze it, feel with your finger, make a nice straight line out of it, and press them together and get your towel and wipe away the glue you don't need. And again, redo it until you're satisfied how your straight line is looking. We have again 5 blocks and we do here the same. And this is already 1, number 2, and a number 3, and the last number 4. And we're going to place it against each other this way, squeeze it, And we're going to press it down because we don't want blocks which are going up. And we're going to wipe away the glue again. And then we're going to look for if everything has a straight line again. This one needs a little adjustment. And here the same. And we're going to place it over here. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. In the meantime, while this is drying, we are going to take 4 blocks. And what we're going to do, we're going to make a square. A lot of you who are here already for a long time knows already how to make this kind of squares. You just place them against each other this way in an angle, and we're going to do some on the top again. We're going to place this one on this side, and if everything is correctly, you do some glue on this one and a little over here, and then you can fill it in and you have your own square, and a little on this side. And if you look alright, you can see everything is fitting nicely together, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure. Of course, things are moving. Don't worry about it because you can redo it so easy. So just squeeze it, get the corners, and then squeeze everything to the middle like this. And you're going to wipe away the glue you don't need. And if it's still not totally straight, you just go in and you just make it a nice square. And we're going to place it aside. We're going to make another one of this one. So again, do some glue on the top. And this is so easy. And so you can make, with this kind of blocks, you can make so many different DIYs for in your home. Because it's so much fun, because you are making it yourself. So, and we're going to do a little on this side. And we're going to place this also in here, and we have a nice square again. We're going to do this a little bit to the outside. We're going to wipe away the glue and over here, and we're going to let it dry. You see already this one needs to come in a little bit, and now we're going to let this rest for a couple of minutes. In the meantime, while these two are drying, we are going to make a bigger one. So we don't need 4, we need 6 blocks. What we're going to do, we're going to do glue these two together and these two. That's what we're going to do first. So place them together. This is already 1 and number 2. And again, squeeze it. And we're going to give this one a couple of minutes before we're going to glue everything together. So now we have our part for the first side of our candle holder. What we're going to do, we're going to place this one over here. We're going to place this one here. We're going to do 1 over here and 1 over here. So what we're going to do, we do some glue on this side. And we're going to place it over here. We're going to do some glue on this side. And we're going to place this one over here just lightly. Just don't pressure it, not yet to give it some pressure, because we still need to have some parts in. We're going to do some glue on one of the 2 sides, so on the top and on the side over here. And we're going to place it very carefully over here. Also, not giving it some pressure. We're going to do here the same on the top and on the side over here. And we're going to place this one over here. Then we get a loose block, but now we have to look for how we are going to do it, because I'm still not sure. So it will be for me also the same like it is for you. What will it be? We never know how it will turn out. So I'm going to place them over here, and I'm going to look for, I think I'm going to go for this and a little over here. So I have the same size in between, and they are connecting with each other. And this one needs to come out a little over here. And now we're going to do some glue on this side. And you see already on this side, you don't need, if you place it next to each other, here is not supposed to be some glue. Of course, I'm going to get my, and I'm going to wipe it away, place it down, and we're going to fill it in, and we're going to carefully give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to give this one some pressure, and we're going to go on this one some pressure. You see, now we're going to look for if everything has the shape we need. It doesn't. This one needs to come up a little, and so they are connected to. Here you have an opening, and over here this one needs to close in. And now we're going to again give some pressure, here some pressure, and here some pressure, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. Over here, and you see already I have here a little bit. He needs to go a little bit to the back side, because or else we have here an open piece of it, a piece which is longer. We don't like that, so just work with your fingers, feel with it, look for where you want to have some pressure or not, and like this, and just work your way inside. And now we're going to give this at least an hour rest. So in the meantime, while this one is resting, we are going to get 4 blocks again, and we're going to make our little square, because we're going to make another side, but he will be a little different. We are going to do again over here, and we do this one this way, and we fill this up with this one again, and a little over here, and we're going to place it in again, and you already have your own cute little square. And this kind of squares, you can build anything with it. You can use it later as a bottom for something. So this kind, you can make them bigger and bigger, just how big your DIY is supposed to be. But for this one, we only need a little one. So we place it aside, and be sure, still checking every time if the lines are still straight, because that's the way you want to have it. We're going to again another one of 4. So we're going to make the last square for this side. Of course, place it over here, and this one over here, and the last already on the top and on the side. And we're going to push it in, turn it, and make sure to press it, and again wipe away. We're going to give this one also a couple of minutes rest again. So now what we get, we did this, let this dry in a couple of minutes. Now we get the tricky side, because this is a front side and a back side will be there, but if this will be in the other side. But we need 4 loose blocks. What we're going to do, we're going to use this a little bit kind of a measurement only, so we are sure that everything is having the length we need. So we don't glue it, we just lay it against this side, just this way. What we're going to do, we're going to get a block, we're going to do some glue on the top, and we're going to place it just very simple over here, this way. And we're going to do some glue a little on this side, only the halfway, not totally. We just lay it only against each other, we don't squeeze it yet. We do again a little glue on this side. We go, this is not what I mean. You see already, with DIYing, always things are going wrong. You just do some glue again. You're going to place it also again halfway, don't squeeze it yet. And here we're going to do a little over here and on the top, and we're going to squeeze it in. We make sure that this is stuck to this side, and we're going to squeeze, and we're going to look for how many space we need in between, because I think it's almost halfway. So this way, we gave it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to place this one away. And now we're going to give it a little bit of pressure from this side also, and this side. And now we're going to let this rest. So I gave it a couple of minutes, and of course it's still really tricky to glue it. You see already, I am going to do some glue on this side. I'm going to stop here because here's an opening, and I'm going to do some glue on this side, only on the ending. I'm going to place this straight up, and I'm going to place it against the part we have on our table. Just squeeze it, and again over here, and we're going to let this rest for at least a half hour. So we already have two sides of our candle holder already finished. Now we already have two sides. We are going to do again 5 blocks again, and we're going to glue them on the tops again, the same like we did with the first side. Again, some glue over here and over here, and number 4, and we're going to squeeze it and wipe away the glue. You see already he's jumping around. He doesn't want to be glued. He has really no intention of staying over here. So we are going to do again 4 blocks, and we're going to do the tops again. This is so easy to do, and I'm going to try to do it a little faster for everyone who doesn't like to see it, how it is made. Of course, we're going to squeeze it again. And this way, we're going to wipe away the glue. We're going to give this a couple of minutes. We are going to do our 4 blocks, and we only make 2 squares. We just squeeze it. And this one, squeeze it. And the last, the tops and the side. And we're going to place it in. And we have already our own cute little square. We're going to place it aside, and we have the last of 4 of our square we're going to make. The tops again, and place them together. And this one. And if you are watching and you also make DIYs, maybe you like to show Dyanne and me how you are going to make your DIY, so maybe you can send us a picture from what you made. We would love to see what inspiration you are making. So only if you like it. If you don't like it, it's also fine too. So don't worry, it's just a question if you like it to show us what you make. We really would love to see it. And we're going to redo this one again. Wipe away the glue, of course, also over here. Now we're going to make 2 blocks, and again 2 blocks over here. Place it together, and this one. And now we're going to give all the pieces again a couple of minutes drying. Now we're going to place this one also over here. We're going to make some room. We are going to do some glue on this side over here. And we're going to place this against the side again over here. We're going to do here the same. I have to look for, you see already, this one is comparison with each other. I don't like that. I want the blocks a little turned over. So I'm going to twist this one, or turn this one over, and I'm going to look for also over here. I don't want the same structure of the block. So I'm going to place this one this way. Very easy. We are now going to do some glue on this side and on the tops, and we place this one over here. Very easy and simple. And we're going to do this one on the side, and of course on the back side we're going to place this over here. We get our loose blocks again. We do a little glue on this side. We're going to place it over here. We're going to do this one also on the longest side, and we're going to place this one also in. And then we're going to look for where we have the space we need, kind of this one. I have to look for. Now I'm going to do some glue, of course, to here, and I need to hold this piece open, and this way, and now I can place it against here and I'm going to press it together, the sides, and make sure feel with your fingers because you don't want pieces sticking out. And here we need a little adjustment, and we're going to, you look, the points have to touch each other almost, so this way, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And over here and here. And now we already have the other side of our candle holder. We're going to squeeze it in a little. And now we're going to let this dry in also, and we're going to make the last side. So we're going to get 4 blocks again, and we are going to make our 2 little squares again. At the ending as from this DIY, you can't see any squares anymore because you made already so many squares, and in totally they are not so much. So, but when you hear me saying it's square, square, you can say at the end you say, oh no, not some squares anymore, but we are almost there. So we're going to place this in, have a nice square, and this is already one. We're going to go for the last of this side, and again place it against each other this way, the last of the tops over here. And now we only need the closure up and over here, and we're going to place this one also in, turn it around, squeeze the corners, and we're going to wipe away the glue. Here the same, and we're going to let this rest for a little moment. So now we're going to repeat the same like we did with the first 2 sides. We are going to lay this over here. We use this as a kind of a measurement. We are going to get our 4 loose blocks. We do some glue on the top. We're going to place this one over here inside. We do a little on halfway, and we can place it over here. We do another one halfway. We place it over here, and now the last we're going to do a little over here and some on the top, and we're going to place it in again, the same like we do over here. Of course, we use this as a measurement. Squeeze it. Oh, you see already I still moving it around, and this one is also still in place, and we're going to squeeze this one together. And of course you just use it as a measurement, and just make sure, take your time for it, because time is everything you need. You just have to work a little bit with it, and every time it goes loose, it doesn't matter. Wood glue, you still can redo it as much as you want. So I'm going to wipe away the glue, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure over here, and every time I'm going to look for if he's still on the same measurement or not. That's what you still have to keep in place. So, and now we're going to let this rest. So we gave it a couple of minutes, and you see already we are going to make the line on this one on the underside. Just very carefully, just make over here, and we're going to stop here because it's open over here, and we could only do this piece again. And we're going to place this straight up and going to place it against this one, and very carefully you're going to give it a little bit of pressure, not too much, a little one. And now we're going to let this dry. So we place this a little bit to the side. We're going to make the bottom, and I want the bottom so small as can be, so I don't want a lot of pieces sticking around out. So I'm going to get 5 blocks, and I'm going to do the longest side. Number 2, place them immediately against each other so the glue is not running out. Number 4 and number 5 is the closure up. Squeeze it. We're going to get 5 blocks again, and we do the same you do on the longer side, and on this one place it to each other, and number 3 and number 4 and number 5 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, and we're going to wipe away the glue, Before I must not forget to tell you, if a lot of people who are here already for a long time, they know, but if you are going to stain your piece or maybe some wax, then sand always your piece, because or else you get spots from the wood glue. Wood glue is great, but it gives a lot of stains on top of your piece. So if you want to do some wax on top of here, then even I think a little bit with spray painting, give it a light sanding, then you always have the right underground. So I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I'm going to do some glue on the side over here. I'm going to place them together, and we're going to squeeze them a little, because we still can remove it, and so we get a nice piece which is totally close. So we get a nice bottom of our candle holder. And again, we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So we have our bottom over here. We don't need it right now. First, we're going to glue the two pieces together. So we just take the second one we made. So very easy. I'm just going to lay it down, have this one on the side. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get the second one. What I'm going to do, I make sure that here is one with the kind of a stair like this one, and of course on the top side. So I'm going to do some glue, place it over here. I hope you can see it. Maybe if I can get you a little bit closer, so this way, so you can see it maybe a little better what I'm doing. You see already this piece laying, and I'm going to get this one. I'm going to do some glue on this first part, because the other part is open. I'm going to do some glue over here, and I have to look for, I do some glue over here, and of course on this part. And now I'm going to place it straight up and against the other one, and if everything is correctly, everything is fitting nicely together, I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure over here and on the underside, of course. And we're going to let this dry in for at least a couple of hours. So I gave this already a couple of minutes, but before I'm going to let it dry for at least a couple of hours, I was thinking I can already do my bottom. So I'm going to do very easy, some glue on the line, just around and around. Oh, already, you see already, when you want to do it on camera, it is always a big challenge. You see, this is what I mean, and I'm going straight up and going to place it on the underside. And if everything is correctly, it is very nicely fitting. You only have a little overlay over here and on this side, but it doesn't matter. You just place it against each other, and we can let it dry everything in one time. So you see already, I gave it a couple of hours drying, and this is how he's looking like. I like the shape, especially because it's different than you normally have. What I'm going to do, we are going to place side, because I want to make him even more unique. We are going to get 5 blocks, the same like we did with the bottom. So I'm going to glue the 5 sides on each other. This number 2 and number 3 again and number 4 again, and we're going to place them, squeeze it and place them in a straight line. We're going to do for the last pieces of 5, and we're going to do again 1, number 2, 3 and 4, and again we're going to make this one, and we're going to let this rest for a couple of minutes. And of course we're going to place them on the side, and we do some glue, and we're going to glue these 2 pieces also together until one piece. Squeeze it to make sure that everything is fitting tightly. So, and again, give this also a couple of minutes at least. So now we have a piece of the top. What we're going to do, we're going to get 3 blocks, and we're going to glue the sides to each other. This is 1 and number 2, and again place them together. we're going to do again 3 blocks. We do this same, the smallest, longest side. Again, squeeze them together. And another 3. And number 2. And again, place them together. And the last of 3. This is 1. And number 2. And we're going to place them together. Of course, we are going to squeeze everything. This is 1. Number 2. Number 3. And number 4, and we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest. So we have our 4 pieces of 3. What we're going to do, we are going to glue them together. We're going to make also a square. So we do some glue on the longer side. We glue it over here. This is already 1. We do some glue on this longer side. And we're going to place it against this one. And now we're going to close it up the way we also do with the squares. We do here on this top and we do it here on the inside. So you have it on this side and you have it on the inside. And if everything is correctly, you can easily fit it inside of each other, turn around, and you can easily make a nice square. This has to go a little bit out. And now we're going to let this dry. So I gave it a couple of minutes, and of course he's not totally dry yet, but I'm going to do some glue around the opening over here. And I'm going to carefully turn it over and place it on top of here. And again, place it up this way, and you have to find your middle and give it a little bit of pressure. And we do, if it is a little bit out of place, and I'm going to look for if I have it nicely in the middle. I have to go a little bit to the back, this way. And then I'm going to redo my piece and I'm going to, you see, this is what you get. And now we're going to let it dry. And it will be a kind of a lid on top of our candle holder, like this. And you can use it for some greenery inside. You can use it for anything. I'm going to make now a kind of a little sign for on the sides of the top. But of course, before I'm going to do that, I'm going to spray paint it first. I think I'm going to do a white spray paint because the inside is very hard to paint with a brush. So I'm going to choose this time for spray painting in the white color. And then I'm going to do some tags on the side. And you see already how our candle holder is already turned out. And of course you see here, he is not covering in one coat, and I like that because it gives a little bit of a distressing. But if you like totally white or totally in another color, then look real careful. Maybe you have to do more coats than one. But I like a little bit that the wood is still coming through. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my computer. I'm going to make 4 prints for on all 4 sides for the top. And you see already I kept it very simple. I just made a little tag with a little a rooster on top of here. I'm going to cut them out and I'm going to Mod Podge them on the top. So I'm going to get my Mod Podge, and of course I'm going to get a little rooster. I'm going to dab it in very little bit, and I'm going to do some Mod Podge on my brush, and I'm going to place it in the middle of my front. Of course I'm going to try not to do some Mod Podge on the front of the chicken because I don't like it, the shiny finish. But if you are liking it, it's totally fine too, because everyone has their own way what they like for their decor. So you see already, this is already one side. So I'm going to do all 4 of them, and here you see how the sides turned out. Of course you can do any a picture on top of here, but you don't have to do it. If you don't like it, it's also fine. And of course I'm going to do some greenery on top, and you see in a moment the quick impression. .
here with a new DIY. Again, I took out the Jenga blocks or the tumbling shower blocks from my stash. These are the ones that Jenny and I use. These packages, they come online from some sort of, family festive article shop. And they cost €3 for each package, and then you get 45 pieces. This is how big they are. They are 5 centimeters by 2 centimeters, and today I want to make a ladder with you with a combination of a planter. And therefore we start off with, of course, blocks, and I also have wood glue here at the ready. Let's see if the nozzle is free. Sometimes it's stuck. No. Still see a hole, so we can use it. And let's see. I'll start off with the base layer. Therefore, let me see. I'll first take out these. Or do I want to have one extra? I want to make a square. And then we need one of these again. I think now it is a square. 2 of these, which have the same length as 2 of these, which they have. So I want to make another base. 6 each, so 24 at the bottom. We're going to glue these together. I like to glue this way, just leave these here, turn these over, and then I can instantly glue these small sides here. I'm going to do the same thing. Maybe this is a better idea. Leave these flat, turn around, turn around. Grab your glue and start gluing right away. Doesn't need to be that much. I think this is enough. You will notice when it's not enough. Then sure, when you move a little bit around, you see that these parts let go of each other. Yeah, I had to turn them around because while I hold them and glue them, that works a little bit better than without, because my crafting mat is pretty smooth, so they move around everywhere, just like so. And then you can easily start carefully pushing these down onto each other. Doesn't mind that it isn't completely straight. We'll get back to that in a couple of seconds. There we are. Oops. There we are. Now move over to these here. Not yet. Last one from this row, and the last row for the base. There we are. Okay, now you grab 2 blocks again, and I like to do this: push, push, and then push here to outline everything and make it smooth and straight. Push here, and then from these sides, and push here, and then from those sides. Now here and there you might see some glue peeping through. Grab yourself a piece of cloth or a piece of paper, tissue, and you can just wipe that away. Let that dry for about 5 minutes. I think that's more than enough for today because it's pretty warm here. And then we're going to glue these and put everything together. Then we have our bases. Base parts are done. I want to make the side parts for the planter, and therefore we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parts of 2 blocks wide and 3 high. So this will be 1 part. I'm going to do that 8 times to just start them up there. That's the idea. That will be a lot of gluing, but we'll skip that very quickly and you can see what we'll do next. these are dry. These are almost dry, these upstanding things, but I think they're ready to start be glued. What I want to do is just add some glue here on this side. After this, they have to dry a little bit longer than I did for now. Glue on this side. Actually glue on every side. And the last one here. Now we need to be quick. Just grab 2 of these, put them in there, and 2 of these to put them in here. Make sure that you outline the blocks. That will look a lot neater. So you can see where all the lines are. Carefully move this aside. And of course it starts tumbling over. Okay, now this is cool. If you want to, you can leave it this way, or maybe you want to have an extra block like this, or like that. That is totally up to you. I think I'll just leave it this way. We do the other one the same way. Glue all around the edges, if the glue can wants to cooperate as well. Here, here, and the last one over there. Now, you really need to be quick before the glue starts dripping down, because then you might glue your whole thing to your table or crafting mat. Okay, I think this is it for now. Just leave everything to dry here. And then we continue with the letter. These are dry. Let's put them aside. And we continue with the basis of the letter. Now, I did some pre-work before, because I want to glue these together. This will be one part of the letter. And I'm going to do that several more times. So these are the horizontal or the vertical parts. They also have smaller parts. That will be the vertical parts. Which we can place down like that. So this will be a lot of gluing. Just take your time to do so. And yeah, see you soon, I guess. Now that was a lot of gluing work. I think I just start by assembling the whole letter together. And therefore we're going to put these together. And these as well. I'm just in doubt how I want to have them. And how we're going to build this. Let me grab some of these, because the idea is that we put this one in here. Is this a little bit, yeah, this is too low, I think. Somewhere here, maybe. Okay. Yeah, I think that we need one extra of these. So we need 4 of these, which are going to be here then. You can also just turn it around. No, that's not beautiful. I want to have it like this. So first, let's glue these together. Come on, glue. Here. This goes up here. And there. Yes. Now let's keep this one apart, because this one still has to dry. But we know that it's going to be on the top section. Just like so. I have a little bit of paper here, just to wipe away that glue that we don't want to see, because I always use too much glue. Okay, one big last press. There we are. These are okay. And now it is gluing time. I think I'm just going to do it like this. Use glue on these sides here. That will be a lot of glue, because the tension on this, or the weight on this, will be a lot heavier. Now, if you really want to divide everything, just gently wipe and spread it out like you're adding butter to your bread. I don't always make comparisons with food. Now, and then we do it like this. And then we're going to press it together really well. Like so. Wipe here and there. Okay. And check where they need to come. That will be here. I think we just leave this one in here too. That would be a good idea. I need something big and flat. Oh, why not the back here? Because I want to outline to see that they are the same, on the same level before we start applying everything. Just align. Okay, now I think aligning on the top helps to see if these lines are in the center, which they are. Then we can move them a little bit back again. And the last one here. Okay, now carefully take out these ones. I think we're doing those ones for the last. Why? Then I know that everything is still laying down straight. Now grab some glue, put it on both sides, spread, and spread some more. Yeah, these sides need a little bit of extra glue. I thought just rubbing them against each other would result in having enough glue in both of the parts. But I don't think so. Oops. And here too. Yeah. I think we're good to go now. How did I have them here? Like this. Carefully let them just sink in here. Oops, that was the wrong way. Going to check if everything is outlined. I think so. Yeah, this is a hard part and I'm aware of that. Okay, now these ones need quick before the glue dries. Yeah, you don't have to be super quick like with a glue gun. And here too. Take this one out and apply some more glue. Okay, going to rub just to spread out the glue on every corner, and then going to place this one back in carefully. I'm trying to avoid putting glue upon parts where that doesn't belong, but I'm not so good at that, I think. Let's check. I think we're almost good to let everything go. Yep. Now, let's wipe the glue away. Make sure that every part here has been pressed, and then just leaving everything to dry. Our letter. Probably see the brush, and here a part of the paint can. Here is the paint can, because I'm ready for a painting. And this is how the letter turned out. Completely dry and well. So I'm going to paint, and later on I'm also going to paint these. I'm not going to paint these parts here, because what I want to do, if you didn't notice it yet, I want to glue down the letter here inside of these two, planters. This thing is really too big for the whole camera to start seeing it. But for the glue to, start sticking a little bit better, don't paint down this. Everything here is dry. The letter is dry too. I'm going to turn it upside down. And I want to put on glue here. And then I'm going to put everything into these two baskets here. As you can see, this stuff is pretty solid. Now for this you need quite a lot of glue to find everything really well throughout the wood. This should do. And then it's time to glue. I outlined the baskets on the bottom part. Turn it up. And there we are. Now if you want to, you can put a heavy object upon here. That's optional. I think this will do because this weighs a lot of, this is really heavy stuff. So I think everything will set in. Let this dry for at least an hour, and then you can start, decorating. Glue is dry, and I decorated these boxes with some of this sisal grass. And I also want to add, but I want to know if that looks cool, just a little bit of this artificial moss. I think that gives a little bit more of a, a greenery touch. It's really weird stuff. Feels like rubber or something. Now, I'm going to arrange this a little bit here and there. Can easily just tear it apart to divide it a little bit better. One corner here, and maybe a little bit more here. And some on the other side as well. That really looks a little bit more like a planter box. And that was what I wanted. And I also want to add some flowers maybe, or some more greenery that gives a little bit more color to the whole thing. And by the way, this stuff came from the Action. It was pretty cheap. I believe the whole box was just €1. Okay, a little bit more here. Well, just let's use everything. I think this is what we want. I also have a branch with these kind of flowers, and I'm going to cut them off. Let's see how much shall we need. We'll start off with the longest. Let's see, I never use flowers that are so, high. Well, yeah, it can. I don't know if you like it, but you can do this. Now they really look like flowers coming out of a greenery box, which looks fun to me. Or you can just lay them down loosely into the planter box. That's completely up to you. here. Completely do whatever you want. Oh, well, and then we can place one in here. Really happy with the letter, but not way too happy. I'm just missing something. I have letters here, wooden letters from Action. Here you have the F. And I thought writing down farm here would be cool. I'm going to paint these letters black. Definitely using blackboard paint. And then just use wood glue to apply them here. Or maybe a glue gun is maybe better. Now I'm saying it because the wood glue has to dry and it has to be standing up, so then the letters would start dripping down. So I think using a glue gun for these things is better. And I also just rearranged the flower pots on the bottom part a little bit.
So you see already on the table are the things we need again. We have, of course, our tumbling tile blocks. We're going to use today some cheap wood filler. It's a very cheap brand. So go ahead and find something which is the most cheapest, because this one is only €1.79. So it is very cheap. I have here my container with everything I need: scissors, markers, brushes, some twine, some mud pots, and of course my wood glue. And we have some paint. You can use any paint you like. Of course, I have here my old saucer again with my old piece of kitchen towel. So these are the main things I most of the time use all the time. The only extra this time is the wood filler, because I'm totally into the wood filler today. And of course, I did it already on my other channel, the Deco Easy. I did also some topiaries with this wood filler, and I'm going to try now to make some boxes with some lids on top, so we will see how this will turn out. For the first box, we are going to make the bottom. We are going to do 6 blocks, and we're going to glue them on the longest side. Oh, you see already they're already wanting to go away. This is number 3, number 4, and number 5, and number 6 is the closure up. You're going to squeeze it. Make sure that you have a nice straight line. We're going to get another of 6, and we do the same. This is 1, number 2, 3, 4, and the last number 5, and 6 is the closure up again. We're going to squeeze it, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And this way, and then we're going to do again, make sure, feel with your fingers that you have everything fitting nicely together. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. So in the meantime, while these 2 pieces of 6 are drying, we are going to get again 6 blocks. And we have already 7, I see. We are going to do again on the longest side. Place them together. And number 4, and again number 5, and we're going to give them also a little bit of squeezing, and we're going to do the last set of 6, and we're going to place some glue. And I use always a very cheap brand wood glue. Of course you can do an expensive one, but I always say wood glue also glues with it if it even is a little bit cheaper. So maybe you can find it at Dollar Tree. I don't know if you can find wood glue at Dollar Tree. Let me know in the comments down below. Here in the Netherlands we buy it also in a store which is similar like the Dollar Tree. It's called the Action. I think you already know that. And it's almost the same. They have a lot of the same things. But The only thing you always have is great ribbon at the Dollar Tree. And here in the Netherlands, ribbon is a very hard thing to find. I don't know why, but maybe Dutch people don't use a lot of ribbon. I don't know. But that's why I'm a little jealous on you, because you have in every store, Hobby Lobby, Walmart, and maybe the other store, Michael's and this kind of thing. You have the greatest place where you can find beautiful ribbon. So I'm a little bit jealous of that. And this is number 4 and 5. So we're going to make a row of 5 blocks. We do this 2 times. And this is the second one of 5, 2, 3, and a number 4. And we're going to squeeze it. And this way. And we're going to wipe away the glue. And we also had here in the Netherlands, we were so lucky that we had here the Bath and Body Works. We were so happy with the hand soap and everything, but they already are disappeared because they already couldn't make it here in the Netherlands. I think Dutch people don't pay that much for candles, soaps and that kind of thing. I don't know, and we were so lucky, so we are so sad that both of the shops are gone. So because Dyanne and I bought already so many things there, but also it is not for the Dutch people, I think. So we have now 2 of 6 over here, we have 2 of 6 over here and 2 of 5 over here. We're going to give this a couple of minutes. So we're going to get the first 2 pieces of 6. We're going to look for which are fitting the best. Maybe we have to turn it and this fits better. So we're going to do some glue on one side and we're going to glue them together until one piece, because this will be the bottom. And of course we're going to give it a little bit of pressure so we can fill up the gaps the most that we can. We wipe away the glue and we're going to give this also again a couple of minutes drying. In the meantime, while the bottom is drying, we're going to take the 2 pieces of 6, you place them straight up this way, and we're going to do on the pieces of 5, we do some glue on this side and we do some glue on this side. We place it over here, we do some glue on this one and on this one. And we're going to place them inside. Of course, we place one over here, we place one over here, and we're going to place it up with this one. So we make a nice square out of it. Of course, we give it a little bit of pressure and we're going to do it that we have a nice square. Of course, we work with it and give it a little bit of your time to make it totally perfect. So I'm going to let this dry in. So we gave it a couple of minutes, but of course it is not totally dry. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my bottom, and your bottom is, if you have the same measurement, I think you will from your blocks, because I think that this kind of blocks are most of the time the same measurement. Then your bottom is fitting on one side perfectly, and only on this side it needs just a little piece. It will be inside, but it is not a problem because you almost don't even see it. But that's not a way to already go to your garage and get your jigsaw, because that little small piece you never get off. So I always say we're going to work with it. I'm going to place it on top of here and we're going to make sure, give it a little bit of pressure, but be careful. And we're going to place it exactly in the middle. And we're going to let this dry. So we're going to let our box dry. What we're going to do, we're going to get 6 blocks again. 4, 5, 6, and we have another 6 over here. So what we're going to do, we're going to glue them also in one row over here, because we need a lid of the box, and we call it here in the Netherlands, we call it deksel. So it's a much different word, deksel. And we call it, of course, you call it box, and we also call it sometimes a doos of opbergdoos. So much different words here in the Netherlands. So we're going to squeeze it and we're going to push it together this way. And we're going to wipe away the glue like we did also with the box. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes again. In the meantime, while these 2 of 6 are drying, we're going to get 2 blocks and another one of 2, another one of 2, and another one of 2. So we do on the tops, we do a little bit of glue. We're going to place them together on the tops and also over here. And number 3 and the last number 4. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure. Make sure also again you feel with your fingers that you have it in the middle. And this will be very simple and easy boxes, but we're going to try to make it unique with the wood filler later. So the box itself, it will be not too difficult. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes. So we have our 2 pieces of 6. We're going to lay one on the side and we're going to make 1 piece out of it. And again, place it down, squeeze it, and try to fill up the open gaps if you have open gaps. And wipe away the glue. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes. So you see, we are going to take a pencil. We have the 2 pieces of 6 glued together. We have our 4 pieces loose. What we're going to do, we're going to place 1 over here. We're going to place 1, of course, over here. And then you see already we have a little bit too much with 2. So we're going to place this one a little bit backwards. We're going to place this one on the line. We place this one over here and we fill it in and around the line over here. Make sure that you don't have an overlay over here. And then we're going to, very easy, make the line over here this way. And now we're going to go to the garage and we're going to cut off this piece of the block because he needs to be squeezed in over here. And we do here the same. So and you see now we have 2 of the bigger ones and 2 of the smaller ones. What we're going to do, I did it with my jigsaw, but you can do it so easily with a handsaw. And I think you even have a tool which you can cut it, if I am correctly, but I don't have that power in my hands to cut it anymore. So I am always using my jigsaw from the Lidl. So I am doing it very easy. So I'm going to do some glue on the biggest one. We're going to glue it on top of here. Make sure that we have it on the ending. Feel with your fingers. And make sure that you have it in the line you need. That's always a little task because you can better look now 1 time extra. Then it is glued together and you think, oh my, this is not really pretty. That's not what you want. So this is already 1. Now we take a small one over here and we're going to place it against this one. And be careful because everything is not totally dry yet, but it doesn't matter. Now we're going to get the other small one and we're going to place it in the opposite direction because then I think the look is a little bit better. And this way just squeeze it and now we only need the longer one. And we're going to close it up with the bigger one. Very easy. We have to work with it so we don't get it. Things are falling off. Over here, squeeze it. And over here. And we're going to let this dry in. So now we have already the 2 pieces of the smaller box and we're going to lay it aside and we're going to let this rest. We are going to get 12 blocks and we're going to do this 2 times. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And over here we're going to do the same. And this is easy measuring because we need the same length as we need on top. So this is very easy. So we're going to do 2 times 12 and we're going to glue them together. I want this box a little bigger than the other one because the one is a smaller, and I hope that we use the wood filler, and then I hope it looks more like a ceramic box, but or ceramic, maybe some concrete box. At least it has to give a kind of a nice structure to us, but we will see. I'm going to squeeze it from the inside out, because or else they are popping everywhere. At least I already had it many times. So we're going to let this dry in before we're going to wipe away the glue. And this is 2. And this is already the bottom of the first box. And this takes a little bit more time. I'm sorry, I do it as fast as I can. And the last, number 11. And we're going to squeeze it from the in. And we're going to go to the outside. And we're going to wipe away the glue. You see already there is over here a lot of glue coming out, and we're going to now very easy go with your hands and feel with your fingers and make a straight line and give it at least 10 minutes drying, because this box is a little bigger. In the meantime, while these 2 pieces of 12 are drying, I took 12 blocks again and another 12 blocks again, and I'm going to be repeating the same, but I thought already I lay them already on the table, so you don't have to wait until I'm counted them. Not everyone likes to hear me counting, so I'm going to do all 12. And these are already the sides, at least 2 of the sides. We're going to do the last, and then we're going to go for the smaller sides. They are not so many blocks. And we're going to do the last pieces. And number 11 and number 12 is again the closure. We're going to squeeze it from within and make a straight line. We do here the same. I almost did it wrong. Did you see it? I almost would do it this way. So again, we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest, and then we're going to wipe away the glue. So in the meantime, while these 2 are drying again, I take the 2 pieces I already made. I'm going to do them on the side, make 1 line of glue, and we're going to place them together and make 1 piece out of it. Feel with your fingers that you have them in a straight line, and again press it together, and you wipe away the glue which is coming out. So again, fill in the open gaps, and we're going to let this dry also. Now we're going to make the other sides, but the smaller sides. So for the smaller sides we need 5, because it will be a longer box and not a square box, but it will be longer. So I have 2 times 5. And we're going to glue again, very easy, the sides. Number 3 and 4 and 5 is the closure up. We do here the same. And place together. And the last, number 4, and again squeeze it. And we're going to give it some moments rest. So now we have 2 pieces of 12 and our 2 pieces of 5. We're going to 1 of 12 over here, 1 of 12 over here. We're going to place them in between. We do the same. We do some glue on the side and do on this side. Place them straight up. We do with this one the same, and on this side. And we're going to place it down. Place this one straight up, and we're going to do this one over here and this one over here, and we're going to fill it up with the other piece of 12, and we make a nice square. Squeeze it a little gently, and then we're going to let it rest at least for 10 minutes. So we're going to do the same. We're going to get the bottom, and we're going to do again around the lines. So very simple and easy on the inside, and we go over here and this side, and then we're going to turn it on, and we're going to place it lightly on top of here, this way, and we're going to give it a little bit of shaping, and then we're going to let it dry in, the same like we did with the other one. So I'm going to give it some pressure and we're going to let it dry. So I place the box in front of me so he can dry. We are going to get again 12 blocks on the table, 2 times 12, and we're going to do very easy again some glue on the sides, but I will do it a little bit faster for you. So in the meantime, while these 2 of 12 are drying, we're going to get 4 blocks on the tops, and we do 4 blocks again also over here, and we're going to do 2 pieces of 2. So we're going to do not on the side, we're going to do it on the top again, because this will be the lid of our box, and this is number 4 over here, number 2, and number 3, and number 4 is of course the closure. We're going to squeeze them, and we're going to squeeze this one and make 1 piece, and make sure that you have it a nice line. I can't say it enough, and I don't say it enough, because you can already, just like Susan, you can dream it. You can. So again, this one also, if you look too much to me, you even get nightmares from do this, do that, glue this, glue that, glue this. So I'm going to let this rest in for a couple of minutes. Now we're going to get the 2 pieces of 12. We lay 1 on the side again, and we're going to make a nice thin line with glue over here, and we're going to place them also against each other, and make sure that you have everything fitting nicely. And we're going to squeeze it, and we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to place it aside and let this dry in. And in the meantime, while this is drying, we're going to lay carefully 1 already on top of here. And you see already, if we place this one over here, you see already that 1 of 2 is again a little too long. So again, I'm going to get my pencil, and I'm going to cut off this piece over here. And I do here the same, place it over here, make sure that you have it in a straight line, and again make a little mark over here, and we're going to cut this. And like I told you with the smaller one, you can easily use your hand saw. So again, we're going to glue 1 of the longer ones over here, and we're going to place them on this side, but that is already, you would already know it if even when I didn't tell you. Over here, and we're going to do some smaller one. We're going to place it over here. We do the other one, of course, but in the opposite direction over here, and we're going to close it up with the other long one over here, and we're going to place it on top of here. And you see already 1 of my pieces didn't go too well because he was a little bit too long, I already see, of too short. if you know what I mean, he is a little too short, so we have to work with it and make it fitting. But that's DIYing also. With a jigsaw, it's always a little bit tricky to know exactly where to cut it over here, and I'm just going to fill it in with this one. So eventually everything will work, and I'm going to let this dry also. So if everything is correctly, you have a smaller box and you have already the bigger box. I'm going to make my box, the lid of course on top of here this way, but you also can do some little metal hooks on here and just that you can open it up. But I don't do it, I leave it open, but you can make it work that you can even open it, because it is very easy fitting on top of here. Of course I have to turn it, this way is a little bit better. This way, but of course do whatever you think is right. I'm going to do a knob on top of here because I want to have mine a little bit more like a kind of box. But if you want to open it just to use it as an organizer, be my guest and just do the metal hooks on the ending. Now we have our two sizes of boxes, but I thought maybe it is nice if I can make them a little bit higher, because I want to give them some feet. So I think I'm going to go for 2 double up and 2 double up over here. So, and of course this way the same, and over here maybe I do here 4. I have to look for if I like it or not. So, but first we're going to make, this will be double up and this will be double up and this will be double up, because we need 4 on this one. So very easy, some glue on the middle, place it on top, some glue in the middle, place it on top, over here the same, and this one, and we're going to place it aside, squeeze it and make a straight line. Here the same, squeeze it, and we do here the same, and then we're going to give it a couple of minutes because it's very drying very fast, because you glue them on top of each other. So we have our 4 pieces. We do on the top a little bit of glue, and we're going to place them together. We do here some glue, and we're going to place them also together, squeeze it, and this one, squeeze it, and then we're going to give it a couple of minutes and we're going to glue them on top of here. So I'm going to do some glue on the underside over here, and I'm going to place this over here, and we do here some, oh, I hope I have it. No, I don't have this the right side. Of course, I don't need the glued side, but I need the widest side. I need some glue on. You see, not this side, but I need the full block side over here. And I'm going to place it on top over here. And we're going to give it some pressure over here. Make sure that you have it in a straight line. And we're going to do the other one the same. Give it some pressure. And again, make sure that you have it in a straight line. And we're going to let this dry. And now for the bigger box, I'm going to go for 4 high, because I want to have him a little bit more higher than the other one. Again, 4 blocks and here 4. So we're going to do the same. We're just going to build it on top of each other. And number 4 over here. This is already one. We just built one a little tower. Number 2 and number 3 will be on top of here. We do here the same. We are almost there. But of course, if you don't like the feet, you're totally free just to leave it. If you don't like this kind of things, it's fine. It's just something I like, but everyone has a different taste. Just look, if you think it looks nice, then you do it. If you think it looks really horrible, then you think, how can she come up with such a kind of thing? Then you don't do it. So again, place it down, squeeze it and make a straight line. And of course the last one, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest for drying. So I'm going to do some glue on the side, and I'm going to glue them together and make sure that we get one nice piece. And we do here the same. And we're going to place also this together. Make sure that you get one nice block over here. So we're going to let this rest. We're going to get the tops of our boxes, and you see already I have some leftovers from the pieces we just cut out for making the border around it. So I'm going to glue 2 of them on top of each other. I have to look which are fitting the best to each other. Most of the times you can find 2 pieces. You see this one is fitting better. We're going to do some glue and we're going to glue this one on top, and we do here the same, and then we don't waste any block because we don't like that. And I have here 2 blocks. Oh, I hope I get them off each other. Oh, yes, you see this one is totally gone. He did cut very awful, but I have 2 pieces which were very small, so I picked them out because I can't use them in my DIY. I'm going to do some glue and I'm going to glue. Oh, of course, you see already I have much too much glue. I only need a little glue in the middle, and I'm going to place this one when I did, of course, on top of here. So I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and this is already one. I have here still a block I don't use, and I'm going to make sure that this is glued very nicely together. And I'm going to do some glue in the middle, and so I make my own knobs for on top. Of course, you don't have to do, you can do some beads or something else, but I always love to use blocks I don't use, which are crooked or maybe too small or something else, and then I can use it for my DIY again. So we're going to let this dry, and then we're going to glue them on top of here. So I gave it a couple of minutes. I'm doing some glue on the underside, a little bit more, and I'm going to place them in the middle. And I'm going to do here the same, and we're going to place it in the middle. Of course, it's very easy. You have 6 blocks here, 6 here, and then you're going to find your way in the middle and give it some pressure. And we're going to let this dry. Now we're going to go further with our bigger box, and we're going to do the feet under here. So also very easy. Do some glue over here, place it on top this way, and we're going to do here the same, and we're going to place it on top of here, and again we give it some pressure, and we do here the same, give it some pressure, and we're going to let everything dry. And if everything is correctly and you did this DIY, you have now also 2 boxes. And of course, what I'm going to do, you can use them very simple as organizers for maybe your remote control, or maybe something else, maybe in your craft room for little things. You can do it for anything. What you also can do is glue this one on the side, like I told you earlier. And with if you want to open and close it, you have to place some metal pieces on the back side. But I am still debating if I am going to use it as an organizer, or if I am going to do it this way. I am still debating. I really don't know what to do. But first I'm going to do the outside with my wood filler. So it is very easy. This is in tube, but of course you also have them in buckets. I'm going to get an old brush, and I'm going to little bit of sticking it on top of my box. And of course, like I told you earlier, I also did it already in the topiary. I don't know on my other channel. I don't know if he is already on there, but probably when you see this, it probably will. So I did it already, and so you can give it a nice different look with some different structure. So I'm going to get my saucer, and I'm going to do some wood filler on top. So I'm going to do some wood filler on top of my saucer. You see already, we are going to do a lot of this because we need a lot of this. I'm going to close it up because it dries very fast. And of course we're going to take it on the side, and we just go over it and just make a little pattern inside of it, which you like. Everyone has a different taste, so just do whatever you think is right, and it's so much fun to do. I also said it in my other DIY. It is so much relaxing to give it a nice color. Of course, I don't do the top and the inside because it's only for the outside. So I'm going to fill this one in, and I take my time for it. You see already, you just do something. It is no rhyme or reason how you do it, just the pattern you like. And remind you, later you will paint it over. So if you have pieces which are not totally in the wood filler, it doesn't matter, because later you are going to paint it, so then it gets the color you want to have it. So over here, and we're going to do it. Of course, we don't want to forget the legs. And again, go over it and give it a nice structure, especially when the borders where you glued it together. And over here, and of course we don't do the underside, we only do the outside. And we're going to just paste it on top. And this, like I said, it is so much fun, but I'm going to do it now the rest a little bit faster. So you see already I have the little box in with the wood filler, and now I'm going to do the bigger box. And of course the top is also very easy. Just go over it and go over the knob, so the knob doesn't look that he is glued on, because you want to give it also a little bit kind of a ceramic look. And you just go, you paste it over it, and you make sure that you get some nice shape in this. And every time, like I said, remind yourself it still needs some painting afterwards when it's dried up. So it doesn't matter if you forgot a little piece, you are going to paint it later also, so it doesn't matter. So I'm going to do the rest also from the big box. So the wood filler is dried up, and of course you see already it gives a nice structure, and of course nothing is painted yet. So we are going to do some paint on top of here. Of course I'm going to go for my creamy color, but you can go for black, for silver, for gold, do whatever you think it's right. So I'm going to take my very a creamy color, and I do of course also a little bit of the inside, because I don't know if I'm going to use it for the inside, but I am going to paint everything in totally. So everything is painted, and of course I let it dry, but you see in a moment the quick impression.
We have our Jenga blocks again. This is the size, and I just opened this new package. For the ones who are new to our channel, welcome. Jenny and I do a lot of DIYs with tumbling tower blocks, and this is the package that we buy online. This thing here costs €3 for each package, and then you get 45 pieces, which are 5 centimeters, yeah, long actually. And we love to build with them. I also have my wood glue at the ready. This comes from Action. Action is a shop similar to Dollar Tree, but then here in the Netherlands. And yeah, almost everything you see comes from Action, because they're super cheap and you have such nice stuff to craft with. What I'm going to do today, I'd like to build some sort of bird herb house with you. A house where you can install or store your herbs. For decoration, of course, because I don't think it's a good idea unless you use plastic foil to start, farming, gardening your herbs inside such a thing. But I like to love it to make it anyway. Could be perfect for summer season or the spring season or throughout the whole year, what you like. What we need, of course, we need the tumbling tower blocks. I have the paint at the glue at the ready, and we can also use some paint. I'd like to use some white paint from the construction market, but you can use any color that you like. And if you want, you can also use letters or stamps, or if you have a circuit machine, that works too. That's what we're going to do today. Are you ready? Let's go and start crafting. First thing what I'd like to do is start building the roof. And therefore I'm going to use several blocks, and I have no idea where this ends. I'm just sorting everything in a way that I like. Not measuring yet. Now think about this size for one side of the roof. And of course we're going to make, however, I'm in doubt. Maybe this one for the side is also good. Let's measure. How does it look like when we add one row extra? Yeah, this is better. Okay, so we have 2, 4, 6, 8 and 4 pieces for one side. I'm going to make a plaque the same size as this. And then of course we need something for the roof as well. So what I'm going to do, preparing everything and see how the size and shape, size and shape of this compared to the other are looking, you know, in modeling. Is everything in the right size? Do we need something less? Do we need something more? Because when we want to start gluing, we can't undo this. We're going to sort and see what kind of size I like to use. I think 3 for now. This would be a good idea for the roof, I think. Yeah, like this. That's perfect. Okay, I'm going to make 2 of these and 2 of these. So we need quite a lot of Jenga blocks for that. And then I'm going to glue them together by using this thing here. I'll speed it up because you know how I glue. Just use small dots. Turn everything upside down except for the first or the last row. Put glue here and then stick everything together. Well, that was a lot of glue. You probably saw me doing this, pushing here and then all the way up here. Why I do that? To outline the glued parts. You know, by putting everything under pressure, then you can hopefully get a little bit more, you know, neat glue work, everything outlined. And so I'll let this dry for a couple of minutes. And yeah, then I'm carefully going to rotate them. Put glue on the long sides and then press them together and do the same one with the parts for the wall. This is the roof, that will be the wall, and then we only need to make a front and a back. That's basically it. Here are all the plates drying. Now these are the wall plates, these are the roof plates. I only need a front and a back part. And I'm wondering what I would like to do. First, let's measure how many blocks can we fit here. Yeah, I thought so. Just 2. And is there then space? Yes, for this. Now I can start doing this, which is cool. Just a solid base, or what you can also do is this, just leave a small gap in here. I think I go for this option because then I can easily write down something here. So yeah, I need to open an extra pack of blocks because I only have 2 left, and then I can make for the 2 of these actually. That's the whole thing. You saw me gluing, so you know how that works for me. And then I'm going to let everything dry really well. About 2 hours. That should be way more enough. It isn't that warm today here, so the drying time needs a little bit, it's a little bit longer than normal. We're back. It's the next day. Everything has been drying overnight. The only thing I forgot to make was the bottom plate, and therefore I measured what I needed. Well, these are the front and the back of the wall, so it should be this long. And I also placed these here to see how wide they got to be. And I think this here, as you can see, is the right size. So take these out. I'm still going to glue these in the first way. Lay these down flat, put these up, add glue to the side standing up, and then push everything together, and then last but not least, one layer of glue there. Bottom plate here is at the ready. I think it's time now to start applying glue here. Oops, wrong side. Yeah, starting over these sides is the best, or at least I think that's the best. Let us apply some glue, and on the other side too. There was a big dripper there. Okay, number 1 and side number 2. There we go. Okay, that's it. I'm grabbing the paint can, and I have a small jar of beeswax and another paint can. Now it's time to apply the sides, which is going to be slightly harder, I guess. Let me check. Everything fits. I think this should be the side here. That is the flattest side. And then here. Yeah, sometimes it might depend. One side works better than the other side. Yeah, this one is okay too. Now, what I should actually do... Oh, it's already pretty stuck. Okay, don't touch it too much. Hope you can see it. Just apply some glue here. Divide it a little bit better. I'm holding it because I also want to do the other side. Don't touch the bottom side where you already put on glue. Here you go. It's starting to move. I can feel it. So quickly pull it back down. There we go. Oops. That was the glue. Now, this one here, again the glue, this one there. And carefully I'm going to put these in place and push a little bit on both sides. Okay, I think we're there. Push here as well. To push myself. Okay, I just tried to use these as a weight, so not accidentally when I walk away the whole thing tumbles over. There we are. Okay, let this dry for at least I think 1.5 hours because I used quite a lot of glue and it takes quite some drying time too. I'll be back. In the meantime, I think I can also just glue the roof. I really need to check which side it's going to be. I'm just measuring right now outside. Which side is the best? I think gluing it this way is the best way. Again, I have some contra weight here. I'm just applying glue there. Divide it so it sticks the best together, because we have to wait for the birdhouse to dry so we can also glue down the roof. Okay, just carefully applying it here. press a little bit. I'm using this one here to avoid so it won't tumble over. See, that's going to work perfectly well. Good. Just leave it there. There we are. Close down the cap. I once forgot that, and I can use a hot needle to clear the nozzle. Okay. Now we just need patience. As I said before, let's wait until everything is completely dry and take your time before this. Everything's dry. The base here. And we have the roof here. Painting time for now. Just making it white with plain white paint from the construction market. And yeah, I think I just use separate crafting mats for both of my projects. Here will be the first one. I start from the inside here, work my way up here, inside here, and then we go do these things, I think, here, there, and the top as well. Everything is painted and dry. Now these can be put away. I want to decorate the front side here, and I want to write down herbs. Therefore, I use my hot glue gun, which is already turned on because it needs to get some time to warm up. And I also have these letters, which are from Action 2, and I want to make herbs. These are, by the way, hope you can see them, completely made out of wood. They also had them in white and in blank, and yeah, I really like these ones, which are black. Okay, well, try to align everything. When I glue down words or letters, I always start in the middle with the middle one, so I can work my way out. By doing that, it's always centered and outlined, and I really love that because I want to have it as straight as possible. Okay, I'm going to, let me see, yeah, I think I need some extra glue stick. Grab that and glue this together. I think this looks super cute in your kitchen. Well, when I was trying the roof, I used this bucket here of these wooden peg dolls, which I got from Action. Look, they are in different shapes and sizes, and I thought it would be fun to just use them on the bottom of our birdhouse. They have really quite a lot of sizes here. Oh, that's way too big. No, I don't want to use that. Maybe these straight ones are cool. I also have, yeah, they have the same size with round edges. I think, yeah, it's one or these. They're also smaller. Yeah, maybe this is better, that size. Of course, these are smaller as well. Personally, I like the straight one more. I hope that they have 4 in there. And I think so, because I already found out 3. And here's number 4. I already see it. Yes. And I never used these before. So first I'm going to paint them white. That's the idea. Then I will be gluing them underneath. So it's good that we didn't apply the roof yet. Pins are ready. Really like how they turned out. Now, time to put it here underneath this thing. So I turn it upside down. I didn't painted this because you're not going to see it, and I suppose that these things will stick better with the glue on unpainted That's why I didn't paint it this either, on unpainted wood. Then got really soaked up a little bit more. Big dripper there. And too much glue. Always rub against each other to divide the glue a little bit better. Now let me stand up because this thing is pretty big. I'm just gluing it down here in this corner so I get even positions on all the angles. There we go. And rub again. Right, this way you also divide the glue better throughout the whole surface that has to be glued. And the last one here. Now, because there will be a lot of weight here upon these, I let this dry for, well, what shall it be? At least 30 minutes, but an hour is better. And then we can start gluing the roof. And I think that we're almost there. Feet are dry, this thing can stand. And the last step is to add the roof, just like so. However, I'm in doubt what the best way is to start gluing this. I think just by slightly adding glue here, and maybe for the first time, it's a good idea to use a brush. Let me guess, what is the smallest thing we have? Yeah, I think this one looks good. I hope that works well. We'll see. If not, I have some paper at hand and I can wipe everything away. It's pretty sturdy, to be honest. I think this is going to work. Hold it like this. And go the other way as well. I'm using quite a lot just to be sure that, oh, it doesn't start dripping. That's good. Now it does. Let's divide everything evenly with that brush onto the cornered edge. Here's a big dripper. Get rid of that one. Never tried this before, but I'm pretty happy with how it starts to look. Okay, and then we can get our roof and carefully put it in the right place. There it is. I hope this is going to work. Let that dry for quite a lot of time because it's pretty much of glue. And to finish it off, I'm just putting the brush here and just draw a straight line to get rid of most of the big dots of glue, and parts where there isn't any glue I can just fill it up. Also do that on the other way. Now you don't have here big dots of glue left anywhere, but just a nice thin line. Well, that's it, I guess. To finish off this DIY, you can place herbs in here or another plant and put it in your kitchen, for example. I don't have any real herbs at home right now, but just to show you what you can do with it, there we have it.
Already on my table, we are ready for a new DIY inspiration. Of course, we are going to use our tumbling tile blocks, and of course I always say have a package of 4 until 5 in your home. You always have more than enough for every DIY. So, and again, we have my container with everything inside. You see already scissors, brushes, markers, some twine, of course, my Mod Podge and my wood glue. You can use some hot glue, but it's always a little bit tricky that it falls apart. So, but if you don't have anything else than a hot glue, you can use it. Of course, we use a roll of duct tape and we only need a little piece of it. Some paint at your choice and some saucer with a piece of old kitchen towel to wipe away the glue we don't need. What we're going to make a farmhouse organizer, but of course with a twist. We will see how this will turn out. And we are going to start with the back side of the organizer. We are going to get 13 blocks. So we have already 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So in the Netherlands we call it 13. So you call it 13 and we call it 13. So it's much different than you call it. At least when you speak English. Not everyone has the same language, of course. But this is already number 1. And place again the second block. Always, I'm sorry. Yeah, you always see here in the Netherlands we say a kick force in the keel, but I don't know what it is. Always when my camera is running, I have something different than normally. But okay, we're going further. Number 10 of 11 and number 12 and number 13 is of course the closure up. Be careful if you squeeze it that it doesn't pop from the inside, because I have that already so many times. So don't worry about it. So make just a straight line like this. And I'm going to wipe away the glue we don't need. Go over it and again make the straight line. And this is already a number 1. I'm going to do a second one together with you, and then we're going to do it a little faster. Of course, we already have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If everything is correctly, you have 13 blocks. And again, we're going to glue them together. This is already 1. And of course, this one you can use as an organizer. You can use it as a planter. And of course, the shape is a little different than normally. And I am really hoping that it will turn out the way I have it in my head. But we will see. And it is a great piece you can use indoor and outdoor, of course. And again, number 13 is the closure up again. Squeeze it. Maybe if you start in the middle and you squeeze already in the middle, then it doesn't pop out too easy. So I'm going to go over it. And you see already, he still pops out. And we're going to give this also all of them a couple of minutes rest, but we don't need 1 of 13, not 2, but we need 5 of 13. So 5 rows of 13 blocks. So I see already I have the 2 pieces already over here, and this is number 3, 4 and 5 of 13. But of course, like I told you, I'm going to do this one a little faster. Don't worry. Don't skip forward. I will do this faster. You see already here I have my 5 pieces. I placed 1 down and I'm going to place 4 of them straight up. And of course, because we are doing it within a couple of minutes until a quarter, you can easily redo your blocks and you don't get too much gaps. So, but if you wait a little too long, then of course the glue is sticking more and more and it's more difficult to glue them together. And now you see already I have here some open gaps, but if you close it, it works a little bit better. And now number 4, and again squeeze it, and number 5. And now we're going to work with it and make sure that we squeeze it as much as we can, so a lot of the gaps in between are going away. But be careful, don't do it too much, because or else also here it will explode out the blocks out of each other. That's not what we want. Of course, we're going to squeeze on every side and make sure that we have it in a nice way, because we don't want pieces sticking out too much. So now we already have this blank and we are going to give this at least an hour drying. And of course we are going to let this dry. And also did look for the round when he is exactly fitting inside of my piece. And this is the place, the plate which is fitting inside of here. The only thing I have to be careful, because he is not, if I do the blocks on the side as a measurement, you will see them go out of my piece of wood, and that's not what we want. So I'm going to do then 2 blocks less, but I'm going to use this as a measurement for the round I need. Of course, I place this aside because this needs to dry. I'm going to get my plate and I'm just going to go easy and look how many blocks I need to go around and with our tape later. So we're just going to make a nice round around it. I will do it a little faster. And you see already I did the round around it and I left 2 pieces out because I want to have mine a little bit more inside of my frame. So be careful if you are going to, because you build it outside of the rounding you use. So make sure that you also then do a couple of blocks less, because you want to that it is fitting inside of your frame. Of course, if you do it with tape, you easily can take 1 block off. So I'm going to go for this one. So I'm going to count them, how many I need, and then we're going to lay them in 1 row. And you see already this is a big row. I already put my placemat aside because this is much too big. It is 37 blocks. So I need 37 blocks to make this row. And of course we're going to get my tape. I did 1 line and you see already the tape is a little bit wider than my block is. You see almost here. So I think I'm going to go to place my tape, but I do in half. So, but of course you can use the whole piece. Maybe you have a smaller one, that's even better. So it takes a little bit of time for me to place the tape on. You see that in a little moment, but I'm not going to bore you with finding this line and the tape. So don't worry, I will place the tape and then you will see it. So I did cut mine in half, and of course now we're going to get 1 piece and we're going to place it over the blocks. He is a little bit too long, but that is not a problem. So I'm going to place it over here and I'm going to very easily lightly go over it so everything can stick to it, and this way. And if you think the blocks are not totally even, just go work with it because you still can redo it. I have here the other piece and I'm going to do the same on the other side, but I'm going to do a little overlay so I'm staying out of the ending of the line. Again over here this way, and I'm going to place it down. And you see already I need to give this one a little bit more space because he doesn't like this. I have it too close. This way, so. And this is already our line, and now we only need to cut the pieces, but of course you also can use it to place them against each other so you can get already a nice round. So you see I have a little piece of overlay, but if you want to do it really careful and you want to that it sticks very nice, lay it a little moment with the heater so the glue is going on top of your blocks. So, but of course if you go over it with warm hands it's also fine too. So I'm going to place it aside and I'm going to place this one also together. So I go this way. I think I'm going to cut off this side. At least I hope I can. And I'm going to take a little piece extra of my tape to make sure that it really stays in place. I'm going to do it this way. So I'm glue a little bit on the back side, place it down, and we're going to lay this one very carefully next to each other and press it down. So we are sure we have a nice round so we can glue it easily. So you see already, now we have everything closed. And we can make the shape we like. We can do it this way. You can make a planter out of it. If you want to have a plant container or maybe a planter. I think it's just planter. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. At least, but I'm going to go for a round. Oh, my English. You see already, I have here my wooden piece and we are going to place it on top. And now we're going to look for a nice round bit is fitting over here. of course, we have to make sure that we have a nice shape. And you can also go, if you want to go in a kind of a square, you can also do that. But of course, we're going to try to make a round. But we have to see if I still don't have too much blocks. So, but we're going to look for if we get a nice round or not. I think he turns into a round already. And then we're going to do some glue, of course, on our blocks. And then we're going to glue it on top of here. And of course, like a lot of you already know, if I would glue now the glue on top of here and I'm going to place it up, you know already I am having the shape is gone. You see this? So how do we get that it even gets nice on top of here? So we get the piece we use as a round. I'm going to place it over here. I'm going to do, and I'm just going to make a light line, not too much, but a light line. So I have a little bit of a direction where I need to glue my piece. So you see, I hope you can see it. I placed you a little bit close. Oh, it's very hard to see if I correctly. I hope you see pieces. And now I'm going to glue my glue on top of my wood. What you also can do, if you think now I can almost have the frame, you also can do is just do some glue on the lining. That's also fine too. Maybe I'm going to do that. This is just an experiment. I really don't know if I am doing it right or wrong. Maybe I am really sorry that I did this. So we will see if I am correctly or not, or maybe I wouldn't should have done it. But let me try it so you don't have to try it anymore. You can do the right way immediately. So I'm going to go this way, and now we're going to find our way on top of here. And I'm going to try to get it in the shape that we need. So now we're going to try to make our round. Of course, we need some glue from this side and from this side. And the glue is very easy to get away because we are going to get our brush and we're going to wipe this away. So don't worry about the glue, just worry about the shape. That's a better way. And of course, now we're going, it takes some time, but make your time for making a nice round. And then we're going to get some squeezing on top of here, and then we can let it dry. And you see, I have my shape. I'm going to get my piece of old towel which is wet. I'm going to go around my brush and go easily inside, wipe away the glue, the same like we do on the outside, and we just do the most of the glue. We just go over it and wipe it away so you don't have problems later with painting it. And of course, if you are going to stain it, then you have to sand it first, because or else you get this kind of spots here, and that's not what you want. So very easy, go over it and wipe away the glue, and then later again give it a little bit of extra pressure to make sure that everything sticks very nicely to the bottom. And I'm going to find, if I find a piece of a cutting board or maybe something else, and I'm going to place it, and I do some paint cans on top, because I want to be sure that the whole round is really settling down on the glue. So you see, I wanted to show you that you also know how it is done. I have here my cutting board, and I'm going to place it down over here, and I'm going to get my paint cans and I'm going to place them on top. So I am sure that everything presses nicely together. You see already on the top the glue is coming out. So I'm going to go again with my brush and my brush and my towel. I'm going to go around it and move away the glue. So I'm going to give this an hour. In the meantime, while here our piece is drying, we are going to do a little bit for the front side. We are going to get 13 blocks, and I counted in Dutch. Maybe you like that also. You can hear something different that I always do it in English. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we need 13 pieces, and we do it again, of course, also 13 pieces, because we need 2 rows for the front side. And again, so it's easy to see if we have enough. Yes, we have the pieces we need, and we're going to glue them the same way like we did with the other one. So just place them immediately against each other, so the glue is not running down too much, at least. And I do one together with you, don't worry, and I do the second one a little faster, of course. Oh, you see already, I'm almost gluing the front side instead of the sides. And the last one. And of course, we're going to be careful to squeeze everything. And we're going to make a nice straight line. And we're going to press it. And we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And again, we do it. And of course, if you have a metal hook or metal square you have over here, it's also fine if you like that to use also. So I'm going to do this one a little faster. So in the meantime, while our 2 pieces of 13 are drying, we are going to get 4 blocks. But we do this on the top some glue, so a little over here on the ending, we do it over here, place it together, we do again number 3, and number 4 is the closure up, squeeze it and feel with your fingers that you have a straight line again, and we're going to wipe away the glue. And you see already this one's a little bit offline, we place it aside, we're going to get 1 of 4 again, because we need 2 of 4. Of course, he's already stuck on my fingers. A little glue over here, and again on the tops over here, and number 3, and this is the last, and 4 is closure up and squeeze them, and make sure that everything, again, I can't say it enough because later it's not easy to redo it again if it is dried too much. Place it aside, wipe away the glue, and now we're going to do 2 pieces of 2. And for 1 piece of 2 later we're going to cut off a little piece. So again, this is already number 1, and we do number 2. Also over here, we're going to wipe away. And we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So now our pieces of 2 are drying. We are going to get the pieces of 13. We are going to place it aside. We're going to do some glue on the side over here. And we're going to place them together because now we can still fill up the open gaps we have. So we don't wait too long. And make sure that you have a nice straight line on the underside because we still need to glue it. And of course it's a little difficult. You see already he is having a hard time to get close. What we can do, of course, we have to be careful, and even when it does fall apart, don't worry, you still can redo it. I'm going to do a little extra glue, and that's why I also show you the things which are going wrong, because you're not the only one who is struggling sometimes. I always see some DIYs and I think they are going perfect. I am so stupid that I can do it, but of course with all DIYs everything goes wrong. So I also show you the things go wrong, so don't worry about it, just do it your way and it will be fine at the end. So this way, and now it's fitting much better. So also turn around the block sometimes and then it also works. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So we give this one a couple of minutes. We're going to get 1 of 2. We do some glue over here, and we're going to place this on the ending and just squeeze it and make sure that everything is fitting nicely. We are going to get 1 of 4. We do some glue over here. We're going to place it over here again. Make sure that everything also with your fingers feel on the other side before you're going to give it some pressure. And again, now this is still fitting nicely. We're going to do the other one of 4, and I see already the mistake I made, because I told you make 2 of 2, but I see already you don't need 2. And of course squeeze, but I thought I could use 1, but it's not I think you need 1.5, but of course I show you in a moment what we are going to take off. I have to be sure that this is sticking nicely. I was thinking, I thought I need less than 1, but I don't. You did it fine. You need 2 of 4 and 1 and 2 pieces of 2, because it is a little bit more than 1. I thought it would be less, but of course you see already, we're going to place it aside over here, and then we're going to get a mark so it gets fitting inside of here. So I'm going to go to my garage and I'm going to cut off a little piece. And here you see already I did cut off a little piece and I turned it around, so he did fall apart. So maybe the best thing what you can do is just leave 1 block, take a loose block, and of course measure out what you need and then glue it together. And because then you can do the sock side, you can do on the inside. It always looks a little better. I'm going to do some glue on the underside. Oh, you see already over here. And on the tops over here to get it fitting. And now I really hope it fits. And of course the glue we can easily wipe away. Don't worry about it. Oh, and now we hope that everything will fit nicely in each other, and it does. So and now we're going to give it some pressure, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need over here. This kind of pieces of sewing we are going to work away with our paint, so don't worry about it. So, and again we get our brush and we wipe away the glue we don't need over here. So we're going to let this dry also. Now it looks like this, and this will be the front side. And here you see how our piece turned out. Of course it looks now I don't know how it looks like, but of course we're going to place this down and we're going to glue this one on the underside so he can stand on his own. But you see already I am debating how can I glue this, because we have to see where I didn't need to start. So I'm going to place it aside, make sure that I have everything in between, and then you can see where I need to glue. I'm going to get my marker. I'm going to make a line over here and a line over here, so I am certain that I don't glue too much. I hope you can see I just did a mark over here. So place it down. We're going to do some glue. I have to look where he is over here, and I'm going to go over it until the line over here. So, and I'm going to place this on top, and of course before I'm going to do it, I'm going to place it on the side, make sure that I have it. Of course it's a little bit difficult to show you, so I'm going to do it this way so it can stand on its own, and then I'm going to place this one in front and make sure that I keep it in place for a little moment. But first I have to turn it around, because or else I can see it what I'm doing. So that's always better that I see what I'm doing. It's already one big chaos, and if I don't see what I'm doing, it's even more chaos. So I'm going to get it up, place it down, and again I get the paint can on top on this side, and I'm going to do on the other side also one. So now we have already the front on top of here, but I don't like the ending over here, so I'm going to make a little kind of an a top over here with 5 blocks. But I'm going to glue first 4, because or else the other one will break, because he needs to cut off a little piece. So first I'm going to do 4 pieces on top of each other on the tops. This is already number 3, and number 4 is the close job, and the other one we glue later. So we are going to squeeze it, make a straight line. And of course, if you are looking, we can measure it out. And if we measure out, you see already, we need totally 1 block of here. So what we're going to do, we're going to get 1 block on top of this one. Very easy. Over here, make sure that it is fitting. Press it and make a line. And now you already know this piece needs to come off. So I'm going to my garage, I'm going to cut it off, and then we're going to glue this little piece also at the ending. So I have my small piece and I'm going to do some glue on it, and now I'm going to glue this, of course, at the ending over here. Make sure that you have a nice straight line, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need, and of course also on the sides, and redo it, press it again, and let it dry in for a couple of minutes. So we are going to go now, we're going to do some glue on the top side of our organizer, because you can do anything inside. You can place them in your kitchen and do some kitchen pieces inside, maybe some spoons, some wooden spoons. You can do some rolling pin or something else inside. You can use as a planter, but I always love to decorate with pieces inside. You can do some animals inside. You can do anything you like, and you use it for all seasons, because we are not for nothing and all about Christmas channel. So you can do some Christmas branches inside and some berries and maybe some little snowmen. So you can place anything inside what you like. So, and now we're going to place this against here, give it some pressure, and we're going to let this dry also. And now we have a little bit like more like a high-end look finish on top. So we give this a couple of minutes and then we're going to paint it. Yes, I told you we are going to paint, and we are going to paint, but I was thinking maybe it is nice to do with some skewers, some a little cross inside, and later I do something also on the top. But of course we are going to place one of them. I did cut off the top, so the point I did cut off, and I'm going to place them in each corner, one over here, and this one will be over here. So place it in. Of course we can, maybe it's better this way. Maybe it's fitting better. You never know. Yes, it does fit. It does fit better. So we are going to do some glue, some wood glue on the ending of our skewer and over here, and we do it on this side, a little bit around, and later we can work it away with our, and we do it in the corner, and in this corner we're just going to lay it down, and we do here the same on the ending, and we do it over here on the ending, and we're going to place it in the corner, and we're going to squeeze this one in, and we're going to keep it in place for a little moment until it is dry. Of course you can also place something heavy on top of here and it dries faster. So the skewers are dried in, and of course I'm going to get my paint, and I'm going to use the creamy color. He looks more creamy than he is really. He's really just like off-white, but I am really loving the color. So I'm going to start with the inside, because we need to work away the tape, because you still can see the gray of the tape and we don't like it. So I'm going to start with the inside of the of our box, of our organizer, how you call it. So I'm going to do the inside, but I won't bore you with that. I do it a little faster. So in the meantime, well, our I call it a water mill, because the rounding looks a lot like we have here in the Netherlands a water mill, because it looks even the same. What I'm going to try to do, I'm going to do the word farm on top of my piece, and I have found some wooden letters, and I have here already the word farm. And you see already, these are such a nice letters, and they were only I think euro 19. It's similar like dollars. So, and you have the whole alphabet, but and extra letters. So this was really a bargain. I don't know how they do it for this price, but you get a lot of pieces, and I always buy them. If I find something great, I buy them in really big pieces. So I have a lot, and I have some extra even for later. So, but I am really loving this kind of letters. So I'm going to paint this one also. I'm still debating if I do it in the same color or maybe in different, but I think I do it in the same color. But you can choose any word, any, you don't even have to do them on top. This is just an idea I have. So now we have, of course, our letters, and I'm going to look for where I want to place them. Over here, I have to make sure if I want them on this, I have to go a little bit more down so the letters can come on my mat. And of course I'm going to do them on the more on the back side than on the front side. And of course you can also place them in the middle, place your piece straight up and do whatever you think is right. So I'm going to do the letters over here, and you see in a moment a quick impression. I am ready for a new DIY. Of course, we need our tumbling towel blocks. I have here my little container with everything I need. My wood glue, mop pots, brushes, markers, scissors, everything you could need with a DIY. Of course, I have here my old saucer with a piece of old kitchen towel. And of course, paint at your choice. So these are the main pieces we need for this DIY. What we're going to make, we are going to make a scooter. I hope I say it right. It is the same written as it is in Dutch. So that's the same word. You call it scooter and we call it scooter. So it is a little bit different in sound, but you write it the same. So of course I'm going to see how this will turn out. So we are going to start with, of course, the wheels, because they need to dry very well before we can get our jigsaw and saw them out. So I'm going to make 3 blocks. I do them on the longest side and of course on this side, and we're going to squeeze them together. We're going to get 3 again, and some glue on the longest side again, only on the 2 pieces, and number 3 is the closure box. We're going to place them over here. This is for 1 wheel because we're going to double up the wheels. So this will be the back wheel, and then we're going to go for the lights. This will be only ankle, so only 1 piece. This will be the front light, and it will be the back light on the back side of the scooter. So it is very easy, of course. You know already what to do. So I'm going to glue them very easily together. Make sure if you do the glue on the side, place them immediately against each other so the glue doesn't run out too much. And now the last already. And then we're going to squeeze them, and we're going to place them apart so they can dry in. But of course we're going to give this a couple of minutes. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We are going to take 2 pieces and 2 pieces over here. This one will be, like I said, they will be ankle, the round, but the wheels will be double up. So we're going to take 2 of them, do some glue over here in the middle, and we're going to place 1 over here and 1 over here. So very easy. Give it some pressure and make sure that we have a nice straight line. And we do here the same. And we're going to let them dry at least a couple of hours at least. So then when you're going to get your jigsaw or your handsaw, then you that they don't fall apart. But I think that's something you already could have thought of. So we are going to place this aside, and then we're going to make the frame of the scooter. So we have our wheels now to dry, and we are going to make 5 blocks. We're going to make the front of the scooter. So we're going to make 5 blocks. And we're going to do some glue on the side, the same like we did with the wheels, only a little bit longer, and immediately place them against each other again. Also here, again, squeeze it, and you already have 1 of 5. now you already have number 2 and number 3 over here. So we're going to do this also, number 2 and number 3, and 4 and 5 is again the closure up. Squeeze it, make a nice straight line. You can use your metal hook if you are feeling that a little bit better, because be free to do anything you like. And of course, like I always say, you can also decorate it the way you want to. I always give you only the base, and so you can let your mind and your creativity flow for your own home decor piece, because everyone has a different taste, I always say. So this is 3 pieces. I'm going to make another 3 because we're going to double it up. So we have here our 3 pieces. What we're going to do, we're going to place 2 of them on the side. We're going to do some glue on the tops, and of course don't forget any blocks, and we do it over here the same, a little bit of glue. We're going to place them down. It doesn't matter if they fall apart because they are still not totally dry, but you can squeeze them now easily together and fill up the open gaps as best as you can. We do here the same on the side. We do some glue over here, and we do here the same. And we're going to use every block, and we're going to place this against each other and this one. So now we already have 2 pieces, and we're going to fill up the open gaps. You see, over here you can very easily fill a lot of your open gaps. Most of it, not always, but most of the time they are filling in very nicely if you don't wait too long. And even when it breaks apart, it doesn't matter, just glue it together, because wood glue only glues a little bit later. Hot glue is a little bit different because you have to immediately glue it, and you can change it up anymore, because then it's still a thing. The easy way with hot glue is you still can break it out, and this with wood glue a little bit worse. So we're going to give it a couple of minutes. In the meantime, while this is resting, we're going to get 3 blocks over here, and we're going to get another one of 3, and we're going to do some glue and on the tops over here, and we're going to place them together. We do here the same, and here, and again we're going to make 1 piece out of it, squeeze it, wipe away the glue you don't need, and we're going to make sure that we have a nice straight line again. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying, and we're going to get now 1 block, and we glue, and another one, and we glue here some glue over here. We place 1 on here, and we place 1 on here. Place them on the side, squeeze it, and make a straight line, squeeze it, and a straight line. So this is, we're going to give this a couple of minutes drying. So we gave it a couple of minutes. Of course, we're going to get 1 of our planks. We're going to do some glue over here, and here, and here, and we're going to place the other one on top of here, and make sure that we get 1 big piece. Give it a little bit of pressure, and feel with your fingers that you have it in a straight line, also over here, because it needs to be straight. And then we're going to lay it aside, and it can still dry further. We're going to get the 3 blocks, do some glue in the middle, and we're going to place this one on top, place it on the side, and again squeeze it, and a straight line. And we give this also a couple of minutes drying. So if everything is correctly, you have 1 of this one, and this one is double. You see already that is 3 pieces of 5, and you did it double. You have now 3 blocks in the length, and of course you also double it up. And you have 2 double loose blocks, but we're going to make 1 extra because I think I need 1 extra, because I always do the DIY. I don't know how it will turn out, so it's always sometimes a little bit of chaos. That's why I try to repeat things, so I'm sure that you, if you want to make it also, that you have a nice scooter, because I make the mistakes and you can easily make it in one piece again. So I'm going to give this also a couple of minutes. So I gave it a little time. Of course, we're going to get our wooden plank. We're going to place this way in the length of you. You can get one of the double blocks. And if you look at this way, you see already he's not fitting. So then you have to turn it. And if you feel right now, he is totally fitting inside here. So we're going to place it. Maybe I can show it to you a little better. So you have to place it this way, not in the double side up, but in the flat side up. I hope I make sense. But you can feel it. Like you see already, this is lower. And if you place it, turn it a little quarter, it's fitting nicely. So we're going to do some glue. And we place it in the middle. Exactly over here. And we give it a little bit of pressure. And what we're going to do now, we're going to make the wheel of the wheel. Here in the net we call it stuur. I don't even know how you call it in English. Your wheel? No, I think the wheels are... I have to look it up in a moment. I'll be back in you in a second. Yes, I'm back again. You call it steering wheel, if I'm correctly. You call it steering wheel, and we call it stuur. So it's a much different word than you have it in English. If you place it this way, see already it's not fitting. You turn it and then it's fitting. We are going to do some glue in the middle block of the double, this way, and we're going to place it also against this one. And we're going to make sure that we wipe away the glue we don't need. And we're going to lay this apart and let this dry in. So if everything is correctly, you have now this piece. And we're going to place it aside. And we are going to do the bottom of our scooter. So, and for the bottom, we are needing 5 blocks, 4 times 5 blocks. So it is very easy, just glue the longest side again. And this will only be the first layer, because we also did the front of the scooter double up, and we are going to do the bottom also double up. Just remember, this is only home decor. It is not the look of a real scooter. Of course, you can see that it is a scooter, but of course we are going to do it with the blocks, and it always gives a different shape than you are going to make it from other pieces. So we are going to do our best, but don't think it will be a real scooter. I had that with my piano, that someone thought I made a really working piano. No, that's not going to work with Jenga blocks. I hope I can, I'm a little creative, but to make a real piano, that's not my, no, it was only home decor. So everyone who is here and thinks I make real scooters or real pianos, this is not your channel, because I don't make that kind of things. So I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes, and I do the other 4 a little faster. So you see already we have now 6 pieces of 5. What we're going to do, we're going to double them up. We're going to go 4 pieces in a row, and we're going to look which is fitting a little bit the best. Maybe you can turn them around, or maybe you can change them. But you also, because it's not totally dry and we only gave it a couple of minutes, we still can redo it. So we do some glue on the side over here, and we do on this one some glue over here, and number 3. And we're going to place them together, and this one the same like we did with, of course, the front side of the scooter. And now we're going to very carefully give it some pressure from the side to fill in the open gaps, and we're going to do here the same. Again, some glue. Try to do on each block a little bit of glue, so you are sure that it doesn't break apart, which is already a little bit hard with wood glue, because wood glue is always very sturdy. And this is number 3, and the last number 4. And again, squeeze them from the sides. Make sure that you have first a straight line, and then give it some pressure. You see here we still can redo a lot of the open gaps, and then we're going to get our old kitchen towel, and we're going to wipe away the glue. because wood glue gives some stain. So I'm going to paint mine, but if you are going to do some wax on top of it, I say it in every DIY, make sure that you sand it first before you're going to wax it, because wood glue, it always gives some stains. So be careful about that, because then you will say, oh, my DIY didn't work out because I have always everywhere little dots. That's correctly because wood glue, it gives some stain. So make sure that you are going to sand it. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes and then we're going to glue them together. So I thought my camera was running, but it wasn't. I did some glue, like you see already, some glue on my plank and I glued them together. So very easy. Place them on top of each other. Make sure that you have some pressure and feel on the side that you have a nice straight line. And we're going to give this at least a half hour rest, so we're sure that everything is dried up before we're going to build the back seat. So you see already, now is the bottom is finished. Now we need a little back seat over here, and you can use it as a little planter, maybe something you can organize things in if you have it on you, maybe your table or something else. We are going to make the back seat. I'm not really sure how I want to make it and how it will turn out, but we're going to do our best. We place this aside and we're going to get again 5 blocks, and this I will do of course faster also because it takes so much of your time. I'm going to do 1 together, so we're going to do the same like we did already a long time with the scooter. This is number 4 and number 5, squeeze it, and we are going to make 8 pieces of 5 for the back seat. 8 pieces of 5. So we have our 8 pieces of 5. We're going to get one of them. We're going to lay them aside, do some glue, and we're going to place these 2 together. Squeeze it on the side, make sure that you have a nice straight line. And we're going to do here the same, one on the side. And we only do that with 2 pieces. So you use 4 pieces of 5 for it. Squeeze it, you see already it pops open, but it doesn't matter. Make sure that you glue everything together again. And we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need over here. And we're going to let this dry. So we have now our 2 pieces of the back seat, which are the sides. Now we need, of course, the front and the back side of the back side. And I was first debating to do them loose because there need to be a little piece of the blocks, because we are going to place this one straight up and this one of course this way. But you see already for 2 we have too much and we need to cut off a little piece. But I think I'm going to glue them first, the same like I did with this one. So I'm going to do some glue on the side and then I'm going to let it dry for at least an hour before I'm going to sew it, because or else everything will fall apart. Maybe you can even wait a little bit longer than that. So we're going to squeeze this one and we're going to give this also some rest. So we gave our 4 pieces, of course, some little time to dry. What we're going to do, because we need 2 pieces of them for the side and 2 pieces, like I told you, for the front. But of course, if we change it up, you see already this one needs to cut off a little piece and also this one. So I've placed it over here and look always which one is fitting the best. You see already this is a little bit not totally straight over here. Now we're going to get our ruler and we're going to measure out the line we need to cut off to make it even. So very, very easy. I don't have to sign the ruler, but over here, so this is the piece I need to cut off. And I'm going to do here the same. Of course, I'm going to place it or else I can't see it and I measure out wrong. That's not what we want. So, of course, you see already also this one is not totally straight. So I'm going to turn it over. And we're going to get our ruler over here and make sure that we have a nice straight line. So again, go over it with your pencil. And I'm going to go to my garage and I'm going to cut off the top piece because we need this piece and this one we can, of course, you can even keep it. Maybe you can use it later in another DIY. You never know where you can use it, even maybe in this DIY, we will see. So I'm going to cut out both of the pieces and then we're going to glue our little box together. So see, now I have my 4 pieces over here. These are the 2 of 5, here the same, and these are the 2 pieces which are cut off a little piece. What I'm going to do first, I'm going to make a crate out of it. So I'm going to do some glue on this side. Oh, you see already, I'm gluing already the other front. That's not what we want. Of course, I have to place them straight up, and I do here the same. Some glue on the side, and we do here the same, also on the side. I don't know what I have, but gluing is a challenge this day. So I'm going to glue, of course, this one over here. I almost did it wrong. So glue this side. I'm going to glue this side. And we're going to place this one against here. Of course, I have to be sure that I have the straight up, and this one will be over here and over here. And we're going to give it a little bit of pressure. And then we do it in the shape we want to have it over here. And then we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So in the meantime, while our little crate is drying, of course, the back seat, just how you will call it, we're going to get again 5 blocks. We have something with 5 today. You see already. And of course, you can size up your scooter. If you want to have it a little bit bigger, you can, of course, just double up the amount you need, but I don't want him too big. So this is already 5, and again another one of 5, because we need also have the top of the back seat. And we do some glue over here. That's number 2, number 3, and number 4, and number 5 is again the close you up, squeeze it. And what we're going to do, because this 2 together is not enough, so I need a little piece on the top. So I'm going to do 2 pieces on the top. I glue together this way, only the top sides. So, and I'm going to give both, all 3 of them at least a half hour, because this one we glue earlier together, but this one we give a couple of, I think a half hour. So I give this 2 a couple of minutes, and like I told you, we're going to glue this one already together. So we do some glue on the line in the middle. We're going to place them down, and we make sure that we glue this one already together and fill up the open gaps this way. This is already one piece, and what we're going to do, we're going to use this one on the top to fill up the opening, because this top is a little smaller than 2 already, because you see already this one is also 2, so we need a little piece over here. So, and I'm going to do this one, of course, but if it looks nicer if I take out a little piece over here and a little piece over here. So it is very easy. Make sure that you have this one in the middle, and I'm just going to mark out over here, and I need to mark out over here. I'm going to change it up, do it again in the middle, over here, and we do the same, and we do here the same. And now we make one line out of it. It's very easy. And this way, and we do it on this side the same, over here. And now I'm going to cut out also this kind of pieces. But if you don't mind that it is not even, it's also fine. You just do this way. You also can get it out over here. Then you don't only have to cut out one side, and you keep this open. It's also an option. I don't know which one I would choose, but you also can do this one. So just make your mark and go to your saw and saw this piece out. So you can go for a little piece over here, a little piece, but you can also do a bigger one over here and then cut it out. And if everything then is correctly, it is fitting on top of here. I hope I am right. So here I did cut off at the ending. I thought it is easier that I do it only on one side. So I did it only on this side. I did measure it out, and of course we did so, and it is fitting, but I keep over a little tiny bit that he's falling inside of my back seat, and I don't like that. So I'm going to go over again make a second piece of 2 like this, and I'm going to cut off also a piece of this side, and I'm going to do this one on this side, and then he has a little piece over, and then I show you, because I can show it to you this way, if I'm doing correctly this way, and I place this one over here, and you see already, then we have one line left over, and I don't like that. It's really awful to see. So I'm going to go again for gluing one extra on this side, give it a half hour. What you also can do is first cut it off, then glue it together, and then you don't have to wait that long. So I'm going to leave this, and I'm going to do the same measuring over here, and I can use it on the other side. See already now I have both pieces cut out, and of course it will be a little bit piece which is coming over, but it's a seed, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to glue one smaller side on this side, and the other smaller side I do on this side to get it a little bit in balance. So just very easy, do some glue over here and place it against here. We do here the same, some glue, and we're going to place it on this side. We're going to squeeze it and give it some pressure, and we're going to let this dry in. So we give it a moment to dry, because you can use this back seat of course as an organizer, planter, or maybe do something decor inside, maybe some figurines inside. If you fill it up and let a figurine come out, you can do anything. What I'm going to do, because then you don't use the lid, of course, but I want to be sure if you use it just as a back seat, as a seat, then it's better that you make sure that he doesn't fall off. So I'm going to place some block over here, some block over here, and this one, and then I'm going to look for if it's fitting inside. Of course, this is already 1/2 block, so if you measure out one over here and you glue the other one against here, then you get this one off and you have the measurement you need. So it is very easy. You just place one over here, don't glue it. You take some glue, of course, over here, and you're going to place it against this one in the middle. And now you're sure that you have it in the spot you need, because this is the same as this one. We do it over here the same. We're going to do some glue on another block over here, and we're going to place it very easy against this one over here. So now we are sure that we have the measurement we need, and we can take away this block. Make sure that you have it in the middle over here. Give it some pressure and look for it. Just place it here over here, and you still can redo it, so you don't have the wrong measurement. Here it is the same, but of course I'm just going to leave this line alone, this line alone, and I'm going to place it just in front of here to make sure that everything is fitting nicely. So I'm going to place this one in the middle over here, and this one on the other side. So if you want to use it as a top, you can use it. And we're going to do this one, of course, over here. So if everything is correctly, you have this over here. And it looks now very strange, but if you paint it, it will look fine. So we're going to give this a couple of minutes. So I let it dry in for a couple of minutes. I did try to put the lid on top of here, over here, and I was noticing that this was not fitting this side. So you need, I can show it to you this way, you need not to place it on the exact line, but do it a little bit more on the inside. You see over here, maybe you can see it, especially on this side. You can see I'm not doing it over. I leave also a little space over here open. Do it a little bit more on the inside, and then you're sure that your lid is falling very easily inside of here. And you see he has a little overlay, but I don't mind, because it is a Tumbling Tower Blocks scooter, so you can make it round. You can do anything if you're really great with a jigsaw, but not everyone is that. So I'm going to show it to you in the easiest way I can do. So I'm going to let this dry further, because I want to be sure that everything is dried in. I'm going to glue my little crate on the ending of our bottom of our scooter. So we're going to do some glue over here, and of course I have to do the other side. I have to glue this side because I want to have the smaller side under. So I'm going to do on the inside of the crate, not on the outside, as much as on the inside as I can. So, and I'm going to turn it over and place it at the ending of the line and make sure that you have everything fitting inside over here. Just feel with your fingers on the back side, on the front side, and then give it some pressure over here. And we're going to let this dry. Of course, in the meantime, while our back seat is drying, I'm going to do some glue on the underside of our front side of our scooter, and we're going to place it over here on top of here also. Give it some pressure and feel with your fingers that you have it in a nice straight line. The glue is with the glue which is coming out of your underside. Just take a brush, make it wet on your towel and just wipe away like this the glue you don't need. So it's very easy to wipe away, but make sure that you have it straight. Feel with your fingers, feel on the front with your fingers, place it a little bit to the back side if you need to. And now we're going to give it some rest, at least for a half hour. So our scooter is, of course, the base is drying. What we're going to do, now we're going to get the double blocks we made as first. So we have now here the 2 double for the front and the back wheel. So I'm going to have here a round which is fitting exactly on top of my block, so I can use all the piece of the block. So, and then I hope that it is not too small for my scooter. We will see. But then we have to make a one bigger, but I hope that this is enough. This is already one. Of course, we're going to do the other one also. So place it exactly in the middle where you want to have it. Press it down and again go around it. But if you have wheels for something else, it's also fine. You can use anything you like. Of course, we're going to do here. And this is already our 2 round of our wheels. Now I have over here a little bit of a smaller tea light, which is a little bit smaller. And I don't know if I keep the round of my lights for the front side and the back side also the same size, or maybe I go a little bit down. I don't know. I think I'm going to go for the same size. So again, we also take the 2 ankle ones. This is just 3 blocks together, the ankle ones we made also earlier. Place it on top of here and do the same like we did with the lights. So again, go around it, make a nice round. And maybe you can even do it out of hand, so it's also fine. I need a little bit of a silhouette to use, but maybe you don't need it and you can draw it very easy. So I'm going to go for this one, and then I'm going to go to my garage and I'm going to get my jigsaw and I'm going to saw it out. My jigsaw, the one I use is of course the brand Parkside from the Lidl. I think Lidl, just how you call it. You have it in every country. So it is from the own brand Parkside, and it was only 39 euros. So it's similar like dollars. So very cheap. So I'm going to go and cut out all 4 of them. You see here, I have here my 2 biggest rounds, and of course the ankle ones for the light for the back side and the front side. What I'm going to do, because the wheels will be black and a little piece in between will be cream, because I do my scooter in cream, and of course the lights I do in black, and later maybe I'll do some yellow inside. I don't know yet, but maybe I even let it in the black color, but you can change it up any way you like. For the black I'm going to use my shoe polish, and of course I have a very small brush and I go very easy brush my lights in the black color. And the greatest thing about the shoe polish is that it's not totally covering. You see already the wood. I don't want to cover everything, so I'm going to do the wheels, and of course I'm going to do the light on the front side and the back side, and of course the sides over here. So I do it a little bit faster, or else it takes so much of your time. So you see I did all 4 of them in the black color. What I'm going to do, I make in the middle a little round with my creamy paint. Of course I'm going to do paint, but of course a lot of scooters are also in the red color. So if you like the red color better, it's also fine too. But I'm going to take the creamy color because I want to show you only the base. So you can fill it up any way you like, because I don't have a red in my decor, at least not for the spring or summer. I always have, with Christmas I have red, but not in between. So I'm going to get a little bit of my creamy color and I'm going to paint in the inside. At least I do my best just to make a nice little round, so keep the tire free. So at least it looks like a tire. So I take my time for it. I do the two bigger ones. And of course the lights I leave in the black color, but you can do anything you like. So you see I did the inside of the wheels on both sides. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get 4 loose blocks and I'm going to paint all the 4 blocks also in the creamy color. I do that already in front because I will glue them later on our wheel, but you see that in a moment. So just take 4 blocks and just paint them in the color you also have your scooter. So I have the green color, but you can, like I told you, you can do any color. So I will take my time also for this one. So if everything is correctly, you also have now 4 loose blocks, but in the color of your scooter. We're going to take 1 block and we're going to cut it in half over here. And I'm going to get my saw and I'm going to saw it in half. We need that for the light, but first they need to paint it in the color of your scooter. So you see I have my 2 halves and I'm going to give it a color. And I'm doing the creamy color again, but you can do the color of your scooter. So I'm going to do this also right now, and then we're going to do the next step. So my loose pieces are drying. If everything is correctly, you have from the beginning, you have already 2 of the double block we just glued. We are going to get our marker, do 1 in half and going to saw it in half. So we are going to use it for the stand the scooter is standing on. So now you have 1 full block and you have 2 half blocks. What we're going to do, we're going to glue them against here. So we're going to do some glue on this side and on this side, and we're going to place them against each other this way in the middle. Give it a little bit of pressure, squeeze it. Now we're going to get 1 block and we're going to do some glue in between. This is already 1 and we're going to place it on the side, squeeze it and give it a couple of minutes drying. So our stand is drying. I don't know if I'm really going to use it, but I have to already on hand when the scooter doesn't want to stand on its own. So I'm going to take 2 blocks. I'm going to place them aside, get 1 of the wheels. I look which side I want on the underside. Of course, we are going to place 1 on this side and 1 on this side, and we go over the half. So you see, this is what I mean, because I want that the wheel is sticking out the most of the piece of the wheel, and this will be on the underside, of course, of our scooter. So we're going to do this way. I'm going to glue it and then I'm going to show it to you. So very easy. I'm doing some glue on the inside over here and on the inside over here. And then I'm going to place them straight up. I have to look for where I want to have it. Over here and this one over here. Then I get my block and make sure that I have them in a straight line, because we don't want that the wheel is not in a straight line. So we're going to let it dry in at least a half hour. And I'm going to do it on the other side the same. So I'm going to place it over here. I'm going to get another wheel. I'm going to get 2 of the loose painted blocks again. I have to look where I want to have them. Again, place it down, do some glue on the ending. Over here. And we're going to look for this way. And I'm going to place this one over here. And again, get a loose block and make sure that more than the half of the block of your wheel is sticking out. And again, squeeze it. Of course, you see already I have to redo it because he's still not straight. Yeah, and you see again, he doesn't want to move, but he has to move. You see already, I'm still not in the same measurement I have the other one. And this way, and now I can squeeze it. And I hope when everything is correctly, and I place it over here, they are a little bit the same, and they are. So I'm going to give this a couple of, at least a half hour drying. So the wheels are drying, we are going to take the half blocks we painted, and we're going to get the wheels of the lights in front and the back side. Of course, I'm going to get some glue. I'm doing a little glue in the middle, and I place also the block in the middle of the light. And over here, and give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to give this also a little time to dry, and then we can glue them on top of our scooter. I let, of course, also my little blocks dry. I have here my bag. I will be careful with all the crackling with my ladders, my wooden ladders, and they are just in the wood color. Of course, I'm going to get the word Vespa. That's a brand of scooter. I think you have it in different countries, so I think a lot of you already know the brand Vespa of a scooter. So I'm going to get the ladders out, and I'm going to make them in the black shoe polish. So the same. So all my parts are drying. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place this aside, get my other placemat, and of course I'm going to paint now my base of my scooter. So very easy. I use, like you know, the cream color, and I'm going to start in the middle, of course, in the inside, but you can use also as a planter, as an organizer, everything you like. So I'm going to take my time for it, and then we're going to place all the pieces together, and then we hope at the end that we have a nice scooter. So the pieces are painted. I'm going to get one of the lights, and I'm going to do on the back side a little bit of glue, not too much, and I'm going to place it on the front side of the scooter. Of course, you can change them up any way you like. So I'm going to have to look for where I want to place it over here, and I'm going to give it a little moment of pressure, and I'm going to, then in a moment you see where he really ended, because this is not easy. I have to do the camera out, and I have to hold this. So I do it very fast. And of course I do the word Vespa on top of here, the brand of the scooter, and I'm going to look for where I want to have them and where I want to place them. And I hope I get it on top of here. So I have to look for in a moment how I want to have it exactly on my scooter. So let me go, let me take a little moment to place them on top of here. So the letters were a little bit tricky. So if you have one advice, don't use too big letters, because then they don't fit. So I did my best, but the next time I probably would do it a little bit different. But of course we are going to go this aside, and I have here the seat of the scooter, and I think I'm going to do only the top piece. I'm going to give a little layer of the shoe polish, that the top is black. That I think it looks a little bit better on top of the scooter. So I'm going to get my shoe polish, and I'm going to give it a little bit of an the stressed look on the top. So the last step we're going to do, of course, we are going to turn it over, and we're going to do our wheels on top. And we're going to do this very easy, because you just do it this way. You just make sure that you have the straight line at the ending, and you're going to glue it over here, and you're going to glue the other one this way, exactly in the middle over here. And that's the only thing you still need to do. At least I still to do, and I hope that he stands right, and if he doesn't, then we only need to have our stand under it. But I hope this will stand on his own. I'm going to do some glue over here on this side and on this side. Very easy. And then we're going to place it over here. And we're going to make sure, and we're going to keep it in place for a little moment. And see already the wheels are drying, and you see in a moment the quick impression.